Be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition rises on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you'll indulge me for a few minutes. What I would like to do is raise a point of order and seek your guidance on the absolutely outrageous actions of the Conservative majority on the Standing Committee on Public Safety and Security yesterday evening, Mr. Speaker, and I'm raising that today in good time. First thing this morning, because I believe it is a question that has to be put to you, Mr. Speaker, for keen deliberation over the course of the weekend and to provide the House with some guidance on the matter. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you are well aware, the Bible on which our practice and procedure, democratic practice and procedure that has evolved over a century and a half in this House, comes from the House of Commons procedure and practice. This is the Bible, if you like, or the guide that guides your deliberations as Speaker, that guides all of our deliberations as members of the House of Commons. And in the House of Commons procedure and practice, which guides our deliberation, on page 1057, is a very important guideline, a very important regulation that guides our deliberation and guides the deliberations at committee structures in the House. And it is the comments around the framing of motion for the previous question. And I'll just read for a moment, Mr. Speaker, how it is framed in House of Commons procedure and practice. The motion that the question be now put is known as the previous question. In the House, the previous question is a debatable motion. When the debate ends, the motion for the previous question is put to a vote. If the motion is carried, the initial motion under consideration is immediately put to the vote. in the House, Mr. Speaker. In committee, and this is on page 1057 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, it says very clearly, in committee, motions for the previous question are inadmissible. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is black and white. There is no way of getting around what is a very, very clear regulation, very clear guidance that is given to committees. Motions for the previous question are inadmissible. Now, I want to reference just for a moment, Mr. Speaker, as well, former Speaker Milliken's ruling on April 2nd, 2009, when he said that committees that overturn procedurally sound decisions by their chairs and choose to present procedurally unacceptable reports to the House will have them declared null and void. As you know, Mr. Speaker, former Speaker Milliken was very clear on that the guidelines, the procedure and practice rules, the rules that we are governed under, that are contained within House of Commons Procedure and Practice, that clearly say that motions for the previous question in committee are inadmissible, are something that is a very, very clear direction to committees. And that committees that then overturn procedurally sound decisions by their chairs and choose to present procedurally unacceptable reports will have them declared null and void. Now, Mr. Speaker, last night at the Standing Committee on Public Safety and Security, exactly what I have just referenced happened. The Conservative majority on the committee threw out the rule book, threw out a century and a half of traditions that exist in our country and have existed in this Parliament, and took matters into their own hands. Now, the victims, of course, of this, Mr. Speaker, are all Canadians concerned about fundamental and sound principles of Canadian democracy, and also the committee chair, which is the member from Prince Edward Hastings. Now, Mr. Speaker, last night, the majority on the committee simply told the chair that his intention to stick to the rule book would simply not going to be followed by the Conservative majority on the committee. They ignored the rules, they ignored the practice, they ignored all the precedents, they ignored the clear direction, and they overturned a procedurally sound ruling from their chair, showing profound disrespect to the member from Prince Edward Hastings, and even more profound disrespect for the rule books under which we're governed, and perhaps the greatest disrespect, Mr. Speaker, to Canadians as a whole. They threw out those democratic principles, and they threw out the rule book. Now, by ignoring the rules and forcing their majority will on the committee, they have produced what is a real-life incarnation of the tyranny of the majority. And, Mr. Speaker, as you know, implications are pretty profound for our democracy. We have seen in the past this government throw away the rule book. We've seen this with the Board of Internal Economy. But this was done in the public forum, Mr. Speaker, and I think that makes it even more outrageous that this took place in the public forum, in front of the public. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to take a few minutes to recount what happened yesterday evening. At the time, the member from Northumberland Quinte West stepped forward and moved a motion that was procedurally unacceptable. As you know, Mr. Speaker, on the rule book, it's very clear that motions for the previous question are admissible. Well, the member from Northumberland Quinte West, perhaps because he was unaware of the rule book, perhaps because he hasn't read it, but perhaps because he doesn't think the rule book applied to him, moved that motion, and the chair, the member for Prince Edward Hastings, made the following rule. He said that the chair cannot support this motion due to the fact that we have other speakers on the list yet, and our practice has been to continue the debate until the speakers are exhausted, and at the time the motion would then be brought forward. Mr. Speaker, very clearly, the member for Prince Edward Hastings, as chair of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and Security, was following the rule book, and he clearly ruled that out of order. The member from Northumberland Quinte West then threw out the rule book and challenged the chair. Now, at that point, the member for St. John's East stepped up and said, I don't think that the overruling of the chair makes a motion that is clearly inadmissible in order. You know, one can say when someone moves a motion that is inadmissible, that they simply can't just overrule the chair. They can't throw out the rule book, Mr. Speaker. At that point, the chair, and following interventions from the Conservative majority, pushed ahead just the same. Following that, the member from Alfred-Pralin, elle est intervenue aussi, puis elle a dit...
She also spoke, and she said, I just want a point of clarification. Between each vote, there is no right to debate anything. For example, on the previous motion or amendment, and the chair said that is the case.
Yesterday was a clearly inadmissible motion, one that is clearly prohibited by the rule book, was ruled out of order quite properly by the chair, and the Conservative majority said the rules don't apply to us. We're just going to use our majority on this committee, and we are going to simply bulldoze through something that is clearly inadmissible, something that violates the principles, the democratic principles under which we're governed, and the rules that all of us, all members of Parliament, are supposed to follow. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's not just that they ruled what is inadmissible, admissible, throwing out the rule book. They also eliminated any debate, as the member from Alfred-Pralin mentioned very clearly, stated clearly, after the Conservative majority had tried to push through on this. It also eliminated any debate whatsoever on the amendment and on the main motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is not some minor bill that the Conservatives have brought forward. This is C-51. This is a bill that has growing concerns across the country about what it means to our democracy, what it means to democratic rights and freedoms. Mr. Speaker, there have been questions raised in this House repeatedly, no answers forthcoming from the government. This is a bill that, into many people's minds, including former Prime Ministers and Supreme Court justices, is a danger to Canadian fundamental precepts of Canadian democracy. And so the debate on this, to throw out the rule book on the debate around C-51, the extent to which actually Canadians will be consulted on this bill at the committee stage, is no minor matter. This is a fundamental principle of Canadian democracy. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, as New Democrats, we believe Canadians are entitled to add their voice on C-51, that the experts are entitled to come forward and provide their recommendations on C-51. We believe that this is a fundamental bill that could, in a very dangerous way, impact fundamental rights and freedoms in Canada, and we believe Canadians have the right to be heard on this bill, Mr. Speaker. That's what we believe on this side of the House. So this is an important study, and the freedom of committees, as you know, is circumscribed by our rule book, House of Commons Procedure and Practice, what we are supposed to follow, all of us as members of Parliament. Now, as you know, Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 116 says very clearly as well, in standing, special, or legislative committees, standing orders shall apply as far as may be applicable, except the standing orders as to the election of a speaker, seconding of motions, limiting the number of times of speaking, and the length of speeches. And since committees are regarded as creatures of the House, Standing Order 116 provides that the rules of the House have force in committees so far as they are applicable. Now, a member may speak on issues before a committee, and that's very clearly delineated in Standing Order 116. But, Mr. Speaker, it's also the precedences of the past, as you know. We've had a number of speakers in past that have, perhaps not in events as outrageous as what we saw last night at the Standing Committee on Public Safety and Security, but we have had in the past issues with conduct in committees that have been brought to the House, and speakers that have made rulings on this. And I wanted to, as well, for the guidance that you will be giving us in the coming days, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to restate some of the Speaker's rulings and some of the comments that the previous speakers have made around committee actions. First, Speaker Milliken, on March 29, 2007, He said the following: at the present time, the chair occupants, like our counterparts in House committees, daily face the challenge of dealing with the pressures of a minority government. But neither the political realities of the moment nor the sheer force of numbers should force us to set aside the values inherent in the parliamentary conventions and procedures by which we govern our deliberations. Honourable members are all aware of situations in committees of this Parliament where, because decisions of the Chair are subject to appeal, decisions that were procedurally sound have been overturned by the majority on a committee. All the more reason, then, for the Chair to exercise its awesome responsibility carefully and to ensure that the House does not, in the heat of the moment, veer dangerously off course. Speaker Milliken also, on March 14, 2008, said that the Speaker must remain ever mindful of the first principles of our parliamentary tradition, which Borono describes thus: to protect the minority and restrain the improvidence and tyranny of the majority, to secure the transaction of public business in a decent and orderly manner. As well, Speaker Milliken, on April 2, 2009, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, said, as explained in the House of Commons Procedure and Practice at page 857, decisions of committee chairs may be appealed to the committee. However, as I noted in rulings on March 14, 2008 and May 15, 2008, committees that overturn procedurally sound decisions by their chairs and choose to present procedurally unacceptable reports to the House will have them declared null and void. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Speaker Fraser, November 28, 1990, had this to say: I have to say to honourable members and the public that the workings of committees is very important to the working of the House of Commons. I do ask honourable colleagues to make every effort possible to come to whatever agreements and understandings amongst themselves which are necessary to make these committees work. I do not want to state this too often, and I hope that I will not have to, but there is a general feeling across this country that somehow or other, not only politicians, but maybe institutions are letting the country down. This is why it is essential that everybody make an extra effort to try to make the system work. I am not happy with this situation, obviously, but I am also bound by rules here. And if I am to intervene in committees, it has to be in a very severed and outrageous situation indeed. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would submit that this is an absolutely outrageous situation, that the rules under which we are governed were clearly violated yesterday, that the Chair made a procedurally sound decision based on the fact that motions for the previous question are inadmissible, and even more so, motions for the previous question that eliminate all questions at once, that with a sleight of the hand simply eliminate any ability for opposition members of Parliament to speak on that issue at all. And what could be next, Mr. Speaker, if the tyranny of the majority means that at any time a procedurally sound decision made by a chair of a committee can be overturned by a Conservative majority? What is then to stop them from simply saying that opposition members have no right to speak at all, or that opposition members have no right to appear at committee members at all? At what stage, at what point are they going to stop this tyranny of the majority? There is absolutely no doubt what happened last night was a travesty. It ripped up the rule book on a fundamental piece of law that Canadians are becoming increasingly concerned about. I have no doubt that this government doesn't want debate on this bill. The more there is debate, the more Canadians are calling into question how this bill was put together and the various vague language and loopholes that can lead to dangerous precedences in our country. There is no doubt about that, Mr. Speaker. But they do not have the right to completely shut down debate. They do not have the right to move what are procedurally wrong motions to overrule a chair when the chair is ruling in following the rule book in the interests of Canadian democracy, and they do not have the right to simply shut down debate. So, Mr. Speaker, I am asking for guidance from you in the coming days. The House has an objective referee, and so should committees. Committee chairs, when they make procedurally sound rules following the rule book, should be respected. Rules are there for a reason. The implications of allowing a Wild West in committees in the final 11 weeks of this Parliament are simply too serious to even contemplate at this point, Mr. Speaker. I ask you for guidance on what was an outrageous action by the Conservative majority last night, the Standing Committee on Public Safety and Security. I ask for your guidance as a member of the opposition. I also ask you for guidance as a Canadian. What happened last night was a travesty. It was outrageous. It should not be permitted. And we ask, Mr. Speaker, for your wisdom and guidance so these kinds of instances do not occur again. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, bravo.
The honourable member for Oxford on the same point.
Mr. Speaker, the government House Leader will respond to this issue right after question period.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North on the same issue.
Yes, to the same point of order, Mr. Speaker, and my comments will be brief. But I did want to just emphasize that there's a great deal of merit in terms of much of what the NDP House Leader has put on the record, and it is a very serious issue. So we anticipate that we will get some sort of a clarification coming from the Speaker, given the gravity, not only in terms of what had taken place last night, but also, Mr. Speaker, just given the importance of the issue and the behavior that was witnessed yesterday, when we think about how important it is, even the leader of the Liberal Party stood in his place just last week talking about how important it is from our perspective that some amendments are presented, such as the parliamentary oversight, which has been a critical piece for the Liberal Party. As we present these amendments, we are going to be very much cognizant of the behavior of the majority Conservative membership on the committee. And I think that what we have to be very cautious of is when we look and reflect on the behavior of that majority that was witnessed yesterday, it is questionable at best in terms of their behavior, and I think that it's important that the government House Leader reflect on that behavior and understand that it was in fact inappropriate. And as we move through this committee process, it was specifically on Bill C-51, that the government be more sensitive to what the rules are actually there for and allow for a more proper functioning of the committee, and hopefully, Mr. Speaker, as members had indicated during second reading, be sympathetic to the amendments that will in fact be coming. So I hope this isn't something that we're going to be witnessing throughout the committee stage, as we do have some critically important amendments that also have to be introduced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chair obviously will take this under advisement and wait until we've had a response from the government side, recognizing there is some urgency, but also recognizing that there is still sufficient time for a decision coming from the Chair. But again, we will wait until we hear a response from the government. Orders of the day.
Order du jour, orders of the day. Resume consideration at report stage of Bill C-2, Respect for Communities Act. Resuming debate on the motions in group number 1.
Débat. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am happy to rise today to support the proposed legislation, the Respect for Communities Act, otherwise known as Bill C-2. I don't think that anyone can deny the enormous public health harms associated with illicit drug use. We have all seen in some way the damage that illicit drugs use can cause, not only to the health of the user, but to the families, friends, and communities. The Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, or the CDSA for short, is the federal legislation that controls substances that can alter the mental processes and may produce harm to health and society when diverted or misused. The CDSA has the dual purpose of protecting public health and maintaining public safety. The substances covered by the CDSA have a risk of abuse and pose serious risks to individuals when they are misused or abused. Those risks are significantly increased when the controlled substance is unregulated, untested, and obtained from illegal sources. Mr. Speaker, I think that is an important point that often gets lost in this debate. The drugs that would be used at any proposed supervised injection drug site are bought on the black market. We are not talking about drugs that are prescribed by a doctor and have the needed medical oversight. These drugs are purchased on the street and then used by people suffering with addiction. Our government takes safety very seriously, and we have a number of controls in place when it comes to prescribed drugs. In fact, this House recently passed Vanessa's Law in order to strengthen the safety of prescription drugs. Given this, I think it is only appropriate that we give all Canadians an opportunity to comment on the measures which could be needed to protect health when a site is proposed to allow the injection of illegal street drugs. Our government believes that exemptions from the CDSA for activities involving illegal substances at supervised consumption sites should only be granted once rigorous and relevant criteria has been addressed by the applicant. The criteria that are outlined in the bill stem directly from the 5 factors laid out in the 2011 Supreme Court of Canada decision on Insight. The Court's decision requires the Minister of Health to consider the following 5 factors when assessing an exemption application for a supervised consumption site. Evidence, if any, on the impact of such a site on crime rates, local conditions indicating a need for such a site, the regulatory structure in place to support the site, resources available to support its maintenance, and expressions of community support or opposition. Mr. Speaker, all of the criteria posed in Bill C-2 relates to one of these factors I just referred to, and much like the dual purpose of the CDSA to protect the public health and maintain public safety, the criteria in this bill balances both the public health and public safety consultations of the operation of a supervised consumption site. The criteria included in this bill are relevant to the matters of public health or public safety, and some criteria addresses both. Today, I would like to focus on some of the public health criteria in the bill and discuss how each one relates back to the factor set out by the Supreme Court of Canada. One criteria requires that an applicant provide a letter from the provincial minister who is responsible for health in the province in which the site would be located that outlines his or her opinion on the proposed activity at the site and describes how those activities are integrated within the provincial health system. Mr. Speaker, I can guarantee that the health minister in my province of Alberta would want to be consulted on proposals for a site like this. I think it is only appropriate that provincial ministers be afforded an opportunity to be heard. Mr. Speaker, this relates to the Supreme Court factor that requires the community expressions or support or oppositions be considered. This criteria allows the professional opinion of respective provincial ministers of health to be part of what the federal minister would consider when assessing or assigning an application. Moreover, the information about the access to drug treatment services, if any, could help to understand how drug users will be supported within the provincial health care systems. Other public health-related criteria fulfill the Court's directive to look at evidence, if any, on local conditions indicating a need for such a site. These criteria are asking for relevant information on things like the number of people who consume illicit substances or who have infectious diseases related to illicit drug use in the area of the proposed site. Another requirement for applicants, which contributes to the minister's understanding of the local conditions, is the official reports, if any, relevant to the establishment of a supervised consumption site, including coroner's reports. These reports, including those from a coroner, could be used to support evidence of illicit drug problems in the area, indicating important drug use patterns, and identifying the demographics of the individuals who could benefit from the services provided by supervised consumption sites. We all know that the best laid plans can sometimes run into local circumstances which present unexpected challenges to a plan. So it is critically important that this bill will require that the actual facts on the ground would be considered when any proposed site is being looked at. Excuse me for a second. Additionally, following an initial exemption, if an applicant wishes to continue activities at a supervised consumption site, subsequent exemptions, applications would have to inform the Minister of Health of evidence, if any, of any impacts of the activities at the site on public health during the period the site had been operating. This information provides the Minister with an understanding of public health impacts the site has had and would potentially continue to experience with a future exemption. This criteria builds on the Supreme Court factor requiring the Minister to consider local conditions in the area where a site would be located. Mr. Speaker, in its decision, the Supreme Court affirmed the Ministers of Health discretion to grant or deny exemption applications and to request information for this purpose. This proposed legislation clearly identifies information to be addressed in an exemption application to assist the Minister in considering the information relevant to the Supreme Court factors. Her decision must balance the protection of public health and maintenance of public safety in accordance with the Charter. Moreover, the criteria serves to add clarity and transparency to the exemption application process. With this legislation, all persons wishing to open a supervised consumption site will know exactly what is expected as part of their application. While the focus of my speech today has been related to public health, it is important to note that the proposed legislation balances both public health and public safety. Indeed, Bill C-2 would amend the CDSA to create a more robust legislative structure to balance protection of public health and maintenance of public safety with respect to supervised consumption sites. It is imperative that there be strong controls around activities with these dangerous drugs, and I urge all members to vote in favour of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to the member's speech, and my question to him would be simple. If he and his party are so concerned with public health, and him in particular, the HIV West Yellowhead is holding seminars into harm reduction in March. And my first question would be, I'm wondering if he is going to attend these meetings and actually consult with HIV West Yellowhead to see what they think about the bill. And after that consultation, if they are against the bill, if an organization like HIV West Yellowhead would have problems with the bill, would he bring forward amendments to the government bill?
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, I was not aware of this conference, but if I get an invite to it, I will attend, and I will give my opinions based on what I learned from that meeting. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for someplace up in BC. Sorry. Nanaimo, Alberni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I just wanted to thank the honourable member for his speech, and I want to recognize that he had a long career in law enforcement and working with communities to resolve safety issues in his own community. And I wonder if he could express his opinion out of his own life experience on why local communities ought to have a say if someone's considering having a what's called a safe injection site with illegal drugs in a neighborhood, and perhaps a residential neighborhood. Why people might have law enforcement officials, municipal leaders, others in the area might need to have a say on a site opening up in their neighborhood.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank our honourable member for that question. It's a very good question. As a former police officer serving 35 years in the force, I know how important it is to get that information from within the community to the appropriate officials. As a police officer, I would want the health minister to know exactly what my officers know on the street level. I know that we would want to pass on the information from our town council, what they know what goes on. I know that we would want to pass that information from the community itself, from the people that run the businesses on the streets, to the local residents, and especially the residents of that community would have to be passed on. It's imperative that that information is part of the whole focus that the minister can look at to make a decision whether to grant or deny the site. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
To mentioning before, I just want to elaborate on the consultation that's happening, Speaker. There's dates in March in Edson, in Hinton, and in Whitecourt. And the member could possibly, he could be proactive and not wait for an invitation to consult with people involved with harm reduction in West Yellowhead. He could actually register right now today. So my question to him, will you register for this conference and actually find out what the community is dealing with in terms of addiction, in terms of harm reduction? You can do it right now. You can register right now online.
I would draw to the member's attention the rules that his comments are to be directed to the chair, not to individual members of Parliament. I assume that was not an invitation for the chair to attend those. The honourable member for Yellowhead, you have about a minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I will not do it right now because I am in House. I will do it after I leave the House and I look into it and make sure that it's not conflicting with other responsibilities I have within my riding. But I would really enjoy to go to one of those meetings, and I will make an endeavour to attend one of my communities because it's going to serve in several of the communities, I understand, from our honourable friend here, and I will make an endeavour to be there. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am very pleased once again to participate in debate on Bill C-2 as presented by the Conservative government. This is an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot about this bill, and it has to do with safe injection sites. And I am part of the Public Safety Committee, and I was very surprised to see that this bill is being sent to the Public Safety Committee, whereas what is mostly mentioned in the bill directly affects health. So it should have gone directly to the Health Committee, and unfortunately it is very sad to see that the government is sending this to the Public Safety Committee. I'm pretty sure that it's for partisan political reasons, but I want to denounce this. However, we at least are studying this bill, not as exhaustively as I might have liked, but what I would like to mention, Mr. Speaker, at the outset, is that further to the hasty study that the Conservatives forced us to do in the committee, well, we're obliged to oppose C2 in its current form. And I would like to congratulate my colleague from Vancouver East because she did excellent work on this matter, the whole file around C2 and safe injection sites in general. My colleague from Vancouver East lives in a riding where the safe injection site, is located. And this is a supervised injection site that receives the support from all the community. So for people who are listening to us right now at home, I will explain what Bill C2 is. Well, it is a thinly veiled attempt by the Conservatives to end these harm reduction sites for political and partisan purposes. And it flies directly in the face of one of the rulings handed down by the Supreme Court concerning those sites.
We know that the Conservatives don't necessarily like listening to the Supreme Court, but it's an essential body in this kind of when we're faced with this kind of issue, and it's important to listen to the highest court in the land. Bill C-2 has a long list of criteria to which supervised injection sites, or which they must respect. And what this does is, well, there's a possible exemption to create this kind of supervised injection site, and now that getting that exemption becomes much, much more complicated, and there are discretionary powers that are given directly to the minister. So the minister can decide if yes or no, even if the organization meets all of the criteria, the minister can decide if yes or no, the supervised injection site can be created. So it's an arbitrary, partisan decision-making process, and it's discretionary power that's, once again, given to the minister, and I find that unacceptable, particularly given the importance of this issue, supervised injection sites and addictions, generally speaking. This is not a file to be taken lightly, and it should not be dealt with in purely partisan ways, but that is what Bill C-2 would do. With this long list of criteria, it will become increasingly complicated to open supervised injection sites in Canada, despite the fact that there are many cities that want to open them. And why am I saying that the Conservatives are turning this into a partisan issue? Well, it's because across the way, the Conservative Party has done a great deal of fundraising on the idea of keeping heroin as far away as possible. And this bill would make it basically impossible to open a safe injection site, and the impact that this could have, and this has been mentioned by a number of addictions experts and legal experts, is that this is going to have completely the opposite effect to the one seemingly desired by the Conservatives. It's going to make drugs easier to get in our neighborhoods. Well, the New Democrats, instead of making our decisions based on ideology that is completely disconnected from the facts, we feel that policy needs to be based on facts, not ideology. And we believe that harm reduction programs, including supervised injection sites, must be decided upon based on solid evidence and not on ideology, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives have been trying for years, and they don't hide it, everyone knows it, to close the safe injection sites, the supervised injection sites, and they've spent tens of thousands of taxpayers' dollars on court cases, all of which have led to this same conclusion. Insite and other supervised injection sites must be able to offer services in Canada. Those have been the rulings. So as I mentioned, the Supreme Court has spoken out in favor of supervised injection sites like Insite, but the Conservatives have decided to not listen to reason at all and continue to fight for their personal ideology so that they can fundraise more money for the next campaign, and it's incredibly disappointing. So we studied this bill in committee. I was a member of the committee that studied this with my colleague from Esquimalt, Wanda Fuca. And we also had the opportunity to hear from our excellent colleague from Vancouver East who participated as well in the study of this bill. We had 5 committee meetings to study this major bill, and I should note that at the Public Safety Committee in recent days, we've spoken a lot about the importance of hearing from many witnesses to discuss bills, and on C2, we had 2 4-hour meetings with witnesses to discuss this major issue. Just 2 meetings were given to hear from witnesses. That's very, very few meetings when you consider that, for example, other studies on other bills have had many, many more meetings to meet with many more witnesses. And here the Conservatives have said that, in their opinion, that was enough to study a bill like C2. And just to give you an example, to give my colleagues across the way an example, when they weren't in government and there was a study that was done on the bill for same-sex marriage, there were 32 meetings. 32 meetings. 32 meetings across the country on a bill that was important, and according to the Conservatives, 32 meetings was not enough at the time. So I hope that they're not going to tell me that they truly believe that 2 meetings with witnesses was enough to study as important a bill as this. It's hard to explain exactly how committees work. It can be quite complex. If you don't regularly attend meetings, it can be hard to understand, and I understand that. But at each step of study of the bill in committee, debate was limited, whether it was to study the bill clause by clause and the amendments. There was a limited amount of time to propose amendments and discuss them, so the Conservatives limited debate as much as possible in committee. 62 amendments were moved by all of the opposition parties. The official opposition NDP presented over 20. The Liberals did the same. The Green Party also presented about a dozen amendments. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives, first of all, ignored expert testimony, and they rejected, out of hand, all 62 amendments. And that's very sad, because, and I will conclude on this point, I'd like to continue discussing this with my colleagues in the question-answer period, but right now Montreal is trying to open supervised injection sites. They consulted the local population, they consulted police services, community groups, addictions experts, among others, to get a site like the one that's running in Vancouver, and everyone has said that this is very important. We need to have a supervised injection site in Montreal, similar to Insight. So we want to have our own model in Montreal, but fight addictions. But unfortunately with C2, the efforts of the Montreal community will be delayed. And I find the Conservative approach with C2 is very unfortunate, and that is why the official opposition will vote against Bill C2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for her speech. She mentioned a couple things that I took note of, and one thing that I would like to bring to light, Mr. Speaker, is that there isn't one point of heroin that is ever purchased legally anywhere in Canada, and yet that illegal purchase of heroin is taken to a site where the person can inject it without prosecution. The fact that Insight provides services, which I do agree they do provide, can be obtained in other parts of the Lower Mainland as well. The fact of the matter is that Insight provides a safe place for someone to inject an illegal drug. And when we talk about fighting addictions, the fact of the matter with Insight is that it's an enabler, because we're not trying to get them off the drug. We're actually allowing them to come in with the illegal drug, inject, and that's extremely problematic. So what I'd like to hear from the member is the fact that Insight allows for an illegal drug to be administered basically legally within the confines of Insight without prosecution. Is what the NDP looking for is a place where people can purchase an illegal drug and then administer it without prosecution.
The honourable member for Alfred Penna. I find it sad to see that across the way they don't understand the complex issue that is addictions. We are not in favor of people buying illegal drugs or doing illegal things, but trying to pretend that the problem doesn't exist and closing supervised injection sites that help people fight addictions is the worst possible solution. They're sticking their heads in the sands with this point of view. These are solutions that exist and that work. Just to give my colleague a few facts concerning Insight, first of all, I would like to mention that in 1 year a study was undertaken by a firm that indicated that in 1 year a huge number of Insight users were sent to addictions groups. So we have a supervised injection site, but on the ground floor, but on the second floor, there's a whole group of people that are working to help fight addictions. And there were clear examples in committee of people who were able to get out of addictions thanks to the help of the people who were on site at Insight. And if you look at the committee record, you will see that the vast majority of the Conservative colleagues were very touched by the testimony and were very interested in what the witnesses said. Questions and comments?
For Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I think if we take a look at the Insight location, and during second reading it received a great deal of debate, what we need to recognize is when it talks about community consultation, let's recognize that the federal government at the time, the provincial government, the municipal government, many different stakeholders, even community involvement, were all participate in one way or another in what has been deemed as a very successful program. And this is something, Mr. Speaker, that I think we should be giving credit for. Now, this bill seems to say, well, look, we have to make sure when you have a site of this nature that there's more consultation. Would the member not agree that there was a great deal of consultation that was done in this particular site, and that it is wrong for government to try to give the impression that there was no community consultation that was done, that in fact the whole issue surrounding Insight has been nothing but a resounding success?
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellat, you have 45 seconds. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I won't repeat everything that my colleague from Winnipeg North said, but I am completely in agreement with what he said. Consultations are extremely important when it comes to supervised injection sites. There were a huge number of consultations with Insight, and there are also checkups that were undertaken at regular intervals to see if the community was still in agreement with what was done. A number of studies have been done on this, and we can mention that 80% of those who live or work in downtown Vancouver support Insight. And that brings me back to the number of consultations that were undertaken in Montreal. The consultations brought together a number of groups, be they healthcare groups, public safety groups, or the community, generally speaking, citizens. Everyone agreed that a supervised injection site was needed, similar to the one in Vancouver. So consultations have been done. You can't put up barriers and give discretionary power to the minister when it comes to important issues like this.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Alberni. I would advise the member that he will probably only have about 8 minutes before we have to interrupt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm very happy to be a part of the debate today about such an important bill, the Respect for Communities Act, or Bill C-2. I suspect that we would all agree that illegal drugs have a terrible impact on our communities. There may be different opinions on how the challenges they pose should be addressed, but we all know that the worst drugs, such as heroin, have a terrible impact on our communities and destroy lives. These drugs also cause serious harm to public health and public safety. Bill C-2 forms an important piece of our government's effort to protect public health from the serious negative effects of drug abuse and to maintain public safety from the impacts associated with drug use and addictions. Mr. Speaker, it's always good to have the facts when we're debating important topics like this. Please. Thank you. So I'd like to briefly mention a report from Justice Canada entitled "The Cost of Crime in Canada." The report estimated that the costs associated with illicit drug use in Canada totaled $1.3 billion in 2008 in direct health care costs for illicit drug use alone. It's estimated over $2 billion is spent annually on justice-related costs, such as law enforcement, courts, and correctional services as a result of illicit drug use. These are enormous expenditures, Mr. Speaker, and cost to society. Now, that's just for the legal costs and the costs of the health services provided. It's even worse when we consider the terrible impact on individuals, on communities, on Canadian society. The costs are enormous. And these are the direct costs to the health systems, Mr. Speaker. The impact on the individuals who suffer and the negative consequences for their family, well, they're just immeasurable. No parent should have to suffer as their child gets involved with drug abuse and end up worrying that the broken dreams, the perilous and uncertain future that addiction brings. Mr. Speaker, this government's committed to preventing drug use and breaking the cycle of drug addiction so that our communities are healthy and safe, and so that no family has to watch a loved one suffer from addiction. As part of our plan to address addiction is the National Anti-Drug Strategy. It was launched in 2007 as the federal government's comprehensive response to combat illicit drug use in Canada. Under 3 key action plans, the strategy focuses on preventing illicit drug use, treating drug dependency, and combating the production and trafficking of illicit drugs. Today, I'd like to elaborate on our government's commitment to preventing illicit drug use through the strategy's Prevention Action Plan. The Prevention Action Plan, Mr. Speaker, contributes to reducing illicit drug use and prescription drug abuse in key target groups such as youth. Funding the development and implementation of community-based interventions and initiatives to prevent illicit drug use and abuse of prescription drugs, especially amongst the youth. Discouraging illicit drug use and prescription drug abuse by providing information directly to youth, to parents, and to concerned adults. And supporting development of awareness materials and the provision of awareness sessions to school-aged youth, to parents, to professionals, and other community members. The government also supports prevention activities through the Drug Safety Community Initiatives Fund. This is a funding program that supports Canadian communities in their collective efforts to address health promotion and prevention of illicit drug use and prescription drug abuse. Projects supported through the fund focus on informing and educating Canadians on illicit drugs and prescription drug abuse and their adverse health and social effects, offering tools to foster resiliency and coping skills amongst youth to deal with peer pressure regarding illicit drug use, and promoting healthy behaviors and supportive environments that discourage drug use among young people. Projects take place in the national, the provincial, the territorial, and local community level, and they can include a wide range of activities such as school-based and peer support programs and outreach. Project activities can also include the development and distribution of resource materials as well as the sharing of best practices. Since 2007, Health Canada has provided $75 million to fund some 140 projects to discourage and prevent illicit drug use among youth. As part of our ongoing commitment to curbing drug abuse in Canada, the government is supporting projects across the country to address a wide range of illicit and prescription drug abuse issues, especially amongst vulnerable youth who have a higher risk of substance abuse and dependence. Many of the projects serve to equip young people with the knowledge and the skills required to recognize and avoid situations where there may be peer pressure to use drugs. Others are designed to provide parents and those who work with youth with drug education and prevention strategies that will help families and communities deal with the growing problem of substance abuse. In addition to providing financial support for prevention work, our government also completed a successful 5-year, $30 million mass media campaign. It was known as the Drugs Not For Me, which was aimed at youth and their parents. A key part of the Drugs Not For Me campaign was developing awareness, prevention materials for use in elementary and secondary schools. We also provided facts and background information for parents to help prepare them to engage in conversation with their children about substance abuse and about staying off drugs. The campaign made a difference. There were over 1 million visits to the Drugs Not For Me website. 1 in 4 parents reached through the campaign took action by engaging in discussions with their children about drugs. And even more importantly, there was an increase in the proportion of youth who said they knew about the potential effects of illicit drug use in relationships with family and friends, and they sought information on how to avoid drugs or to deal with drug use issues. However, despite these prevention efforts, the challenges are far from over. Illicit drug use in Canada is changing, with prescription drug abuse becoming a concern. In 2012-13, more than 80,000 Canadian kids admitted to using prescription drugs to get high. It's a very serious and alarming situation, Mr. Speaker. The misuse and abuse of prescription drugs carries the same health and public safety concerns as illicit drugs do. To combat the concern around prescription drug abuse, our government has committed an additional $44.9 million in funding over 5 years to expand the national anti-drug strategy to target prescription drug abuse. The Health Committee has recently been studying these issues and heard from a large number of expert witnesses. In fact, the committee recently completed studies both on prescription drug abuse as well as the health risks of marijuana. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that my time is coming to a conclusion here. Perhaps it's a good place for me to stop, and I imagine I have a little bit of time left when the debate resumes after question period.
Yes, the honourable member will have 2 minutes and roughly 30 seconds, plus 5 minutes of questions and comments. We'll now move to statements by members, déclaration des députés, and ironically, the first statement is by the member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Back on a different subject. Mr. Speaker, many Canadians are shocked that law societies across the country voted to discriminate against Trinity Western University law graduates. Compounding the alarm is the revelation that it's big banks and big money interests led by the Bank of Montreal that influence the law societies. BMO and other large banks and corporations have been requiring legal and financial service contractors to reveal the diversity metrics of their associates, partners, and management teams. The initiative, branded Legal Leaders for Diversity, is apparently opposed to religious diversity. Mr. Speaker, asking a prospective employee about their sexual preferences would be against the law. Denying economic opportunity to any individual or any law firm based on religious belief is just as surely a charter violation. The Supreme Court of Canada and now the Nova Scotia Supreme Court have ruled against such religious discrimination. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect our banks and our leading corporations to respect the charter rights and freedoms of all Canadians. We call on the BMO and its recruits from corporate Canada to reverse this misguided initiative.
Déclaration.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. For Canada and my region of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, the forestry industry is vitally important but fragile. We have no choice. We have to innovate. Unfortunately, the Conservative government's forestry innovation is something they've disengaged from, and this is just jeopardizing the future for our communities. The NSERC forestry sector R&D initiative, for example, will not be renewed by the government and will end in 32 days. There is also the $90 million over 4 years that was in the last budget under investments for helping the forestry industry, but the money is already gone. The industry needs $500 million over 6 years, so the federal government has to do more. The forest and forestry was vital to my ancestors and is still important for forestry communities. The government must do more.
It's the honourable member for Whitby, Oshawa.
Sorry, is this me? Me? So sorry. Mr. Speaker, from February the 13th to March the 1st, athletes from all of our provinces and territories are participating in the 2015 Canada Winter Games in Prince George, British Columbia. And it's a pleasure for me to rise in the House today to send my best wishes to the coaches, volunteers, and the nearly 2,400 athletes that are participating in the 2015 Canada Games. In particular, Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend my warmest wishes and congratulations to the 10 athletes from Whitby, Oshawa. Our community is very proud of Ryan McGill, Jessica Klimkate, Brad Langlois, Ethan Vandersanden, Lindsay Barbosa, Tyler Ronald Jackson, Innsbruck Richards, Gibson Himbo, Melanie Donald, and Hisham Mohammed for their participation in the Winter Games. Congratulations to all.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, I regret to inform the House of the passing of Terry Kelly from Oshawa last month. I first met Terry when he offered me a job as an Ardling student. As many of you will know, Ardling is slightly different, only slightly removed from indentured servitude. Not with Terry. He was generous with his time, wise in his advice, and reasonable in his expectations. Terry was Durham's super lawyer. In the morning, he would dominate the criminal docket, and in the afternoon, the civil one. Terry is also known as Superpan. His idea of a good time was to go to 7 different cities on 7 different nights and watch 7 different sporting events. His idea of a quiz was to name the All-England starting lineup for the 1956 World Cup, and if you got that, then you'd ask you to name the substitutes. Not only was Terry a super lawyer and a super fan, but he is also a super citizen. His support for various civic projects are too numerous to list. Oshawa and Durham lost their biggest civic booster when Terry died. His generosity of time and spirit touched us all. Mr. Speaker, please join me in recognizing a life well lived, a super fan, a super lawyer, and a super citizen, wise and generous to the end.
Super.
Thank you.
Super. The honourable member for Vegreville, Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our right to freedom of religion was recently questioned by the law societies and national banks across this country. Once again, law students at Trinity Western University were under threat of being barred from practicing in Canada simply because of their religion. Let me be clear. Because they believe in God, they were being told that they had no right to be lawyers in this country. Clearly, neither the Law Society nor the Bank of Montreal have any right to deny Canadians the right to practice law because of their religious views. And thank God, Trinity Western has defeated this most recent discriminatory attack. It is unacceptable that organizations such as the Bank of Montreal and members of the Law Society have attempted to undermine this most fundamental of rights. Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms confirms and protects, Mr. Speaker, our religious freedoms in this country, and that includes, Mr. Speaker, the religious freedoms of Christians.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, I will be attending, along with the Leader of the Opposition, Official Opposition, and other New Democrat MPs, the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada annual conference in Toronto this weekend. Now, as you know, mining is a very important part of northern and northwestern Ontario's economy, and new investment in this sector is needed more than ever. Why? Well, because nearly every other sector in our economy is in crisis or on the verge. The forestry sector has lost more than 38,000 jobs in Northern Ontario alone since this government came to power. And in Thunder Bay, Rainy River, we've seen hundreds of jobs lost in forestry and other sectors. 240 jobs were lost with the closure of Resolute's pulp and paper mill in Fort Frances. 46 jobs were cut at Wasaya Airlines on the Fort William First Nation. 160 jobs were announced last week at Teleperformance in Thunder Bay, and 200 jobs will be lost at our Target store in Thunder Bay. We urgently need new investment in our fledgling mining projects, especially the $50 billion Ring of Fire project. As we head to the PDAC meetings this weekend, it's clearer than ever that the families of Northern and Northwestern Ontario want and need an active and engaged federal government that finally puts their interests first.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has made it a priority to continue to take concrete actions to strengthen Canadians' confidence in our criminal justice system. That is why I am pleased that earlier this month our Prime Minister announced that we are moving forward with new legislation to better protect Canadians from serious criminals who are released into our communities across the country after serving only 2/3 of their sentence under the current system of statutory release. We have all heard of criminals who go on to reoffend, sometimes violently. There are too many criminals who commit serious offences while on statutory release, and Canadians refuse to accept this. This legislation will ensure that repeat violent criminals will no longer be automatically granted statutory release after serving 2/3 of their sentence. This upcoming legislation will see that the most serious criminals are kept off our street for as long as possible. I'm proud of our government's strong action to keep our streets and communities safe and placing the rights of victims ahead of those of criminals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oak Ridge, Markham.
I rise to pay special tribute to Geraldine Seeley, a close personal friend who recently lost her battle with cancer. Jerry was a fighter. She fought and beat cancer once before. She overcame a kidney transplant, and even with the challenges she faced, she never lost her faith or love of life. Jerry married Dennis in 1969, and to see them together was truly special. They were a great team who, until the end, were inseparable. But as much as we mourn her loss, we can also be inspired by her example. Jerry never stopped giving back to the community, and despite the challenges she faced, always found time for others. Although only 67, she volunteered over 45 years at our community's Markham Fair. She was a member of the church choir, a junior choir leader, and hosted Bible studies in her home and facilitated others at her church. Mr. Speaker, a full day would not be enough to explain the many ways in which she touched the lives of the people around her. To her entire family, I say thank you for sharing Jerry with us. She will not soon be forgotten. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax.
This Saturday, the Moncton Lumber Smacks take on the Rock Coast Rollers from Maine. And Mr. Speaker, this is a really big deal. Not only is roller derby the fastest growing women's sport in the world, and not only are the Lumber Smacks the #1 derby team in Atlantic provinces, but this bout will make history as the first ever WIFTA-sanctioned bout in Atlantic Canada. Roller derby is about competition, strength, and athletics, but it's also about community. I am a proud member of the Anchor City Rollers in Halifax, and ACR is thrilled to cheer on the success of our Lumber Smacks sisters. And in the true spirit of community, the Smacks have players from New Brunswick, PEI, and Nova Scotia, including Anchor City's own star jammer and blocker, Smashy and Box Blocker. As usual in Derby, this is a community effort bringing together multiple leagues, their tireless volunteers, and their amazing fans with big Derby love from Halifax, from Anchor City, and from the House of Commons. Lumber Smacks, vous l'avez. You got this.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Millwoods, Beaumont.
Mr. Speaker, in less than 100 days, Vancouver, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Ottawa, Montreal, and Moncton will welcome the world when the FIFA Women's World Cup begins. This competition is the largest in women's sports, featuring 24 nations from around the globe, and we look forward to welcoming them and the approximately 1.5 million spectators who will take part in the festivities. Having the best of the best in women's soccer competing here on Canadian soil will inspire women and girls to realize the benefits of physical activity and sport. This is a big year for sports in Canada, and our government remains committed to helping Canadians get fit and active. That's why we first introduced the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, then doubled it last year, allowing more families to get their kids involved in organized sports. To our Canadian women's soccer team, we are proud of you, and we wish you all the best in your quest for gold this summer. Know that all of Canada is behind you.
Honourable member for Hochelaga. In a few days, it will be International Women's Day and the start of the 2015 Women's March, the theme of which will be freedom for our bodies and our territories. As in other years, this is an opportunity to realize how far women still are from full equality around the world, but also in Canada. It is the ideal time to remind certain conservatives that are still in the dinosaur age that we deserve choice when it comes to our bodies. It's also an opportunity to add our voice to those of all women mobilizing against the erosion of the social safety net we worked so hard to build in Canada, and of which women are often the victims. Certainly women have made progress over the past few years, but our bodies, careers, and lives still don't belong entirely to us. All women need to be free, and until then, we will all march, and I'm proud of all women.
The member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, New Brunswickers are deeply concerned about an apparent Liberal plan that will permit the New Brunswick provincial Liberals to increase taxes and put tolls on roads without consulting New Brunswickers with a referendum. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's what Liberals consistently do, raise taxes and take monies from hard-working New Brunswickers and Canadians. At the federal level, in addition to the Liberal carbon tax, which will raise the cost of gas, groceries, and literally everything, it has been exposed that the Liberal federal leader, is even looking at reversing, if you can believe it, the doubling of the Children's Fitness Tax Credit. No. Perhaps only someone with a trust fund would understand how middle-class families can accept to pay higher taxes and higher costs on everything. We reject the high-tax Liberal plan. We have introduced the GST reduction. We have introduced pension splitting. We have tax-free savings accounts. We have implemented the family tax cut, which will provide 100% of Canadian families with more monies in their pockets. Wow. That's where the money belongs, Mr. Speaker, in the hand of hard-working Canadians, and we stand up for lower taxes, as do they.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the contributions and dedications of Father Paul Abbas. Father Abbas is a good friend of mine. I've known him for 35 years, back when he was first ordained to priesthood. He was my local parish priest and works in many communities across Cape Breton. He's well known for helping men suffering from addiction and his commitment for helping the youth. Father Abbas has been instrumental with the Talbot House in French Vale Talbot House is a place for hope and healing for men struggling with addiction. The men receive the help that they need to get a fresh start, and I had the honour of being on the board of directors with him. Father Abbas is retiring from Talbot House, and he's leaving in great shape. He is a man that never stops, and even as he retires from the Talbot House, he plans to continue to give spiritual guidance to many in our community, and he's currently overseeing 7 parishes. I ask my colleagues to join me today in thanking Father Abbas for his many years of tireless service to those who are most vulnerable in our communities.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, it should come as no surprise that our Conservative government is the only one that stands up for middle-class Canadian families. Through our intensive low-tax plan, our government has managed to help 100% of families receive the benefits that they need so that they can put their hard-earned money towards their own priorities. We've doubled the children's fitness tax credit, enhanced the universal childcare benefit, and now we have implemented the family tax cut. All parents, including single parents, will benefit from our family tax cut. That's over 4 million families and over 7 million parents, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, the Liberals and the NDP's idea for Canadians is high taxes and high debt. They will take away our benefits and implement a job-killing carbon tax that will raise the price of everything. Mr. Speaker, the facts are crystal clear. Only our Conservative government can be trusted to keep money in the pockets of Canadian families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, it's been a long time that the Canadians have learned that they have to judge politicians by their walk and not their talk. Yesterday, we heard that there were difficulties with the bilingualism, but the Liberals, including the member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville, said this wasn't a problem. The Liberals have only asked 20% of their questions in French. Luckily, the NDP is here. We are making progress. Now, officers of Parliament have to be bilingual. We are working on other bilingual issues, and we are working hard to promote better funding for the CBC and Radio-Canada. We know that we have to have the walk and the talk, but the Liberals and Conservatives don't uphold those values.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, Canadians learned of the passing of World War II veteran, retired Colonel Ernest Cote. Mr. Cote served as platoon commander in the Royal 22nd Regiment and later in the headquarters of the 3rd Canadian Infantry Division, ultimately being promoted to colonel. He was a senior planner for the invasion of Normandy and landed on Juno Beach on D-Day. He then deployed to Nijmegen during the liberation of the Netherlands. After his time in uniform, Mr. Cote continued to serve Canada as the Deputy Minister of Veterans Affairs. The courage and dedication of Canadians, like Mr. Cote, who have fought valiantly over the years to defend our freedom and rights, have made it possible for us to live in a peaceful, democratic country where we enjoy the best quality of life in the world. As a veteran myself, and as the Parliamentary Secretary for Veterans Affairs, I ask all Canadians to join me in thanking Ernest Cote and his family for his exemplary service and sacrifice to Canada. Thank you, Mr.
Question orale, oral questions. The honourable member for Halifax.
Today, family members of 1,200 missing and murdered Indigenous women are meeting in Ottawa to try once again to make the ministers of Aboriginal Affairs and the status of women understand the importance of taking joint action and calling a national public inquiry to end this violence. So instead of blaming First Nations communities for its own inaction, will the government finally listen to them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as you are aware, the Ministers for Status of Women and Aboriginal Affairs are at the round table. But I'd like to make it very clear that we do not support the national inquiry. There have been more than 40 studies on the plight of missing and murdered Aboriginal women, and now is not the time for more study. Now is the time for action, and we need to make sure that the police catch those responsible and ensure those are punished. Our government has taken strong action to address the broader problems facing Aboriginal women, which includes the introduction of matrimonial property rights for Aboriginal on reserves. Both opposition parties voted against that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, they're trying to blame this crisis solely on Indigenous men, and it's shameful. Many of these women and girls met their fate in major cities. Some of the worst perpetrators, including Robert Picton, were not Aboriginal. Mayors and premiers, Indigenous leaders and concerned Canadians from around the country, coast to coast to coast, we have heard the call for an inquiry into this heartbreaking tragedy. So instead of blaming Indigenous communities, will the government finally commit to a national public inquiry?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, we won't commit to a national inquiry. There have been more than 40 studies. As I said, if we had a national inquiry, it would be one more study sitting on a shelf. The action plan that the minister tabled in September is a good action plan, and it addresses issues that will combat violence against Aboriginal women and girls, and they should support us.
Absolutely. The
Honourable Member for Alfred for Halifax.
Launched Bill C-51 at a splashy event. He was asked about the lack of oversight in the bill, and his response was that the legislative process is the, quote, first and foremost critical aspect of parliamentary oversight of these new powers. Well, that's funny, because the Conservatives have spent the past month trying to get around just that. Why did the Prime Minister tell Canadians that he wanted a thorough review when the Conservative plan all along was to shut down debate?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety and National Security.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 hours of an NDP filibuster yesterday and in the first committee, the committee was finally able to agree on a schedule for the study of the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015. We look forward on this side to hear from over 50 expert witnesses, including both the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Justice. We are ensuring that this legislation will be passed despite the opposition from the NDP. Mr. Speaker, Canadians would expect no less.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pelin. The Government of Quebec is concerned about certain elements of Bill C-51. The Quebec Minister of Justice is wondering whether C-51 respects the rights and freedoms that are protected under the Charter. This should remind the Conservative government that it cannot act alone and that it is important to scrutinize Bill C-51 at length. For once, Mr. Speaker, will the Conservatives finally heed the Government of Quebec's call?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we were able to get through committee yesterday after an NDP filibuster with the aim of the NDP to stop this legislation from even coming to committee. We will be pleased to hear from over 50 expert witnesses in this area. This bill is very clear. There are protections in this bill that will protect the very issue that the NDP member is talking about, and I look forward to hearing from each and every one of those witnesses.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pelin.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Conservative government has made a habit of ignoring Quebec's requests on this kind of thing. Remember the Omnibus Bill C-10 on crime? The Conservatives insisted on going forward before finally realizing that they needed Quebec and the provinces to enforce their bill. Instead of rushing C-51 through a committee, will the Conservatives learn lessons from the past and ensure that they consult all stakeholders concerned by Bill C-51?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, in committee we were more than accommodating to the NDP requests. We have pleased to announce to the House and to all members in this House that we will hear from a slate of over 50 expert witnesses. But it doesn't surprise me for a moment that the NDP would try and obstruct this very important legislation coming before the House. They want to stop it from committee. This is the party that voted against the Combating Terrorism Act, an act that would make it illegal for those to travel overseas to engage in terrorism. They are fundamentally opposed to revoking passports, and they do not believe that someone should have their citizenship stripped if they commit terrorism in this country.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the status quo on the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls cannot simply continue. Indigenous leaders, premiers, the families of victims are in Ottawa today to discuss a coordinated action plan to end this epidemic of violence. They are looking for a federal partner. They are calling for new federal funding, and they are calling for a national public inquiry. Will this government finally listen, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Speaker, I'm very proud of our action plan that the Minister tabled in September. We will continue to work with communities to develop safety plans to raise awareness and take measures to empower Aboriginal women and girls. We are developing more community safety plans on and off reserves, including regions identified specifically by the RCMP. This action plan, Mr. Speaker, will also raise awareness to break intergenerational cycles of violence, engage men and boys, and it will address underlying causes of violence through structured training initiatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, this is a national crisis that is getting worse, and the same old talking points are an insult to the victims and their families. What the government claims to be action are a series of general justice measures not targeted specifically at Indigenous women and girls. They are limited existing programs that have failed to stop the violence and inadequate funding commitments that are recycled from 2010. Will the government stop defending their failed approach and work towards a coordinated effort to put an end to violence, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This action plan brings together many measures to combat violence against Aboriginal women and girls. In addition to the $25 million over 5 years, it includes support for shelters and preventative activities and a DNA database for missing persons, which represents an additional investment. Mr. Speaker, this action plan clearly demonstrates our government's commitment to combating all forms of violence against Canada's Aboriginal women and girls, and it would be nice if the opposition would support that.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, in 1984, 8% of murdered women in Canada were Aboriginals, and today that number is at close to 1/4, 23%, a troubling increase. This government is putting forward unsubstantiated hypotheses on the causes of this tragedy. It is refusing to launch a public inquiry called for by families, Aboriginals, and provincial premiers. Why is it turning its back on this story? And will the Prime Minister at least attend the roundtable today? I would call on my colleague to respond. Will the Prime Minister attend this roundtable, yes or no?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you are aware, Minister for Aboriginal Affairs and the Minister for Status of Women are attending the roundtable today. There have been more than 40 studies into the plight of murdered and missing Aboriginal women, and now is not the time for studies, it is the time for action, and the Minister has tabled an action plan in September. Our government has taken strong action to address the broader problems facing Aboriginal women. We will continue to listen to those families and deliver programs that help them most. And again, it would be nice if the member opposite would support those initiatives that help women and girls.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
The Conservatives want us to rush Bill C-51 through committee without asking any questions and without respecting democratic rules. And yet when the Prime Minister announced Bill C-51 before a partisan crowd, he said, and I quote, "The first and most critical aspect of parliamentary oversight is what's important." Why does the Prime Minister refuse to have us study Bill C-51 in depth? What does he have to hide?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety.
Thank you. That question is absolutely false. Mr. Speaker, it was the opposition party, the NDP, the filibuster yesterday that delayed the committee coming to an agreement on the number of meetings. We were more than accommodating. We actually finally agreed on more than 50 witnesses coming to this particular legislation to speak to it. That's extremely critical. On this side of the House, we're looking forward to hearing from that expert testimony, including both the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness and the Minister of Justice.
The honourable member for Burnaby, Westminster.
Over 100 of Canada's leading law professors wrote to the government today saying they have to amend it or kill the bill. How many of those law professors are going to be cut out because this government doesn't respect principles of law and justice, and they don't want to study on C-51? Now, the fact is, Conservatives are fighting so hard to avoid scrutiny on this bill, and that is a disservice to Canadians. This open letter from Canada's leading law professors raises even greater concerns about this dangerous piece of legislation. What are they hiding? Why are they so afraid to subject this overreaching new law to proper scrutiny?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not expect parliamentarians to waste days debating schedules of when to hear from witnesses. We spent more than 10 hours in committee trying to come to some sort of an agreement. We were more accommodating. We are looking forward to more than 50 expert witnesses coming to committee to hear this. But, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you one of the good measures of this bill. And this is hard to believe for Canadians, because they would expect that when one branch of government hears information pertinent to national security, that they could communicate that to our national security agencies. That is not the case today. Canadians would be shocked. This bill is going to correct it, and that NDP member needs to stop filibustering and let us get
order.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, 6 young people left Quebec in January to travel to Syria. The police forces think that they have joined jihadist groups. Their parents tried to stop them to no avail, and now the parents feel abandoned. Why are the Conservatives doing nothing to help parents who are concerned about the radicalization of their children?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member is correct. During this week, during committee filibuster by the NDP, debating upon how many witnesses that we should hear from, we actually heard from stories just like this of many Canadians have gone overseas to engage or join ISIL. Mr. Speaker, there are measures in this bill that will give our national security agencies the ability to intervene, to disrupt terrorist travel. We also have measures in this bill that will change the Passenger Protect program that will allow no board orders to be issued in the very instances just like this member is talking about.
Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, we know that education allows for the prevention of radicalization, but the Conservatives still have not pledged to support the Global Partnership for Education, several months after the replenishment conference that was held in June. And yet this partnership has proven its mettle. So why is the government dragging its feet in this matter? Is it waiting for the opportunity to do self-serving advertising instead of helping children and young people now?
Secretary for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, recently we have seen attacks in Copenhagen, in Paris, in Australia, right here in Canada, right here in this Parliament on October 22nd of last year. That is why this government is standing shoulder to shoulder with our allies fighting against the global fight against terrorism, and why we are conducting airstrikes in Iraq. Mr. Speaker, ISIL is a terrorist scourge. We are degrading what they are trying to do in that region. They've also put Canada on a list of countries to carry out jihadist attacks against. That is why we brought forward C-51, and I am looking forward to hearing from each of those 51.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Speaker, my question was about the GPE. Anyhow, the Minister for International Development has said that Canada's job is to ensure that children are able to keep learning and that no child should be left behind as a result of the ongoing crisis in Iraq. Yet the pledging conference for the Global Partnership for Education took place over 8 months ago, and Canada has yet to make a pledge. Are the Conservatives really waiting for an opportunity for self-serving big press conference rather than helping these kids now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for
Canada has
National
been
Development.
deeply committed to ensuring that children get education. We continue to work with our partners globally on these issues and look for ways that we can help. We have been one of the largest contributors to helping in Iraq to make sure that the children there are being taken care of, in Syria as well. And we look at the great success that we've had in Afghanistan with getting the number of girls into schools. Millions of girls in school today who were never there before. We are watching with our allies. We will continue to do that, and we will put our money where it gets the best effect.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We heard the sad news yesterday that Ernest Cote, a Second World War D-Day veteran, passed away at age 101. And now, Mr. Speaker, we need to be there to better help our veterans today. Like the story of Master Corporal Paul Franklin, who lost both his legs in Afghanistan. And unbelievably, Veterans Affairs has required him yearly to prove he has no legs. Yesterday, we learned he is once again being asked to prove he's disabled. Can the Minister explain this callous incompetence?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Veterans Affairs is engaged and is committed to improving the services for veterans. And in fact, when this issue first came to light, he made a personal phone call to this veteran to determine the nature of the problem. As a result of veterans' feedback several weeks ago, the Minister asked for this process to be reviewed. On behalf of the Minister of Veterans Affairs, I am pleased to inform this House that the VIP renewal will move to a 3-year cycle instead of a 1-year cycle. Veterans will also have 6 months to complete this renewal, which is significantly longer than they have today. The form and the letter will also be updated for simplicity and to promote wellness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, under these Conservatives, veterans have endured failure after failure. Enough is enough. Veterans are struggling. They are still struggling, Mr. Speaker, to access the services they need and deserve. And nothing could be more emblematic of this government's indifference than the struggles of Master Corporal Paul Franklin. He's trying to access his disability benefits. When will Conservatives finally take action so that retired Master Corporal Franklin doesn't have to prove yet again that he has lost his legs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker. We thank Corporal Franklin for his service to Canada, and we are here to help him and veterans like him across Canada. Mr. Speaker, the NDP have voted against every single initiative that we have brought forward to actually help our veterans in concrete ways. To give you an example, our Conservative government is delivering on new frontline mental health treatment facilities. We're delivering enhanced financial benefits to veterans, and we're supporting them in retraining and rehabilitation. Through 8 budgets, our government has earmarked over $5 billion in new funding to improve the benefits and services that we provide to veterans and their families, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi James Nunavik-Ayu.
The 1,200 missing and murdered Aboriginal women are joining the National Roundtable today in good faith. But instead they will have to face the status of women minister. Simplistic blaming of the communities and Indigenous men will not excuse our own government's inaction in this file, Mr. Speaker. With all the evidence we have, how can this government still think that this is not a sociological crisis and refuse to call for a national public inquiry?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I've said before, we don't need a national inquiry. We need an action plan that the minister tabled in September. We need the police to catch those responsible and ensure they are punished. Since coming to office, Mr. Speaker, this government has taken action. We've passed more than 30 criminal justice and public safety initiatives, including tougher sentences for murder, kidnapping, sexual assault, and mandatory prison sentences for the most serious crimes. And, Mr. Speaker, it's a shame that the opposition votes against them every single time we try to do something for women and girls in this country.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi James Nunavik-Ayu. Mr. Speaker, the Legal Strategy Coalition on Violence Against Indigenous Women has reviewed the 440 studies that the Conservatives constantly talk about on this matter, and they confirmed that almost none of the 700 recommendations that have been made over the past 2 decades have been implemented, especially the unanimous recommendation to hold a national public inquiry. Mr. Speaker, why is this government resisting these calls? Why?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has already taken significant action in this area, and it's important to remember that many of these recommendations are outside the federal jurisdiction. But, Mr. Speaker, since coming to office, we've passed more than 30 criminal justice and public safety initiatives that I just mentioned, including tougher sentences for murder, sexual assault, kidnapping, and mandatory prison sentences for the most serious crimes. And again, Mr. Speaker, the opposition votes against them.
The honourable member for Markham, Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, gridlock in the 905 is not only a drag on the economy, it keeps families separated for longer every day. Instead of supporting our commuters, the Conservatives cut the Building Canada Fund by nearly 90% for the next 2 years. What is their real priority, Mr. Speaker? Ads costing more than $100,000 a pop during the Oscars last weekend. Why is the government turning their back on York Region and the 905 to fund their own self-promotion?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Infrastructure and Community.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In actual fact, since our Conservative government took office in 2006, Canada has consistently ranked at the very top of the list of all G7 countries with respect to investments in infrastructure as a percentage of GDP. Contrast that to the Liberal years, Mr. Speaker, when Canada was at the bottom of the list. Clearly, we had a decade of darkness not only for defence, but for infrastructure as well under the Liberals.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister scored a rare double-double last week. He managed to damage both the economy and the environment. By betting on Congress rather than listening to the most powerful man on earth, he lost Keystone XL. Simultaneously, he made a 44% cut to Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency. He also cut Sustainable Development Technology Canada. He also cut Species at Risk, Meteorological Services. Mr. Speaker, shouldn't double-doubles be best served at Tim Hortons?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Speaker, it's well known that the main estimates are exactly that, estimates, and they don't represent departments' total budgets for the year. Our government will remain committed to a strong environmental assessment process. In fact, we've increased fundings and opportunities for Aboriginal consultations, public participation throughout the environmental assessment process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, just when Alberta and Canada could use an economic boost, the Prime Minister cancels a meeting with the President because he knows that the President will ask him about our ever-increasing GHG emissions. He should know that the President is also a serious basketball player. The PM lined up with a dysfunctional team of climate change deniers in Congress, and the President dunked them both. Mr. Speaker, is that what the Conservative Party means by an economic action plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take no lessons from the Liberal Party as far as greenhouse gases. Under their watch, greenhouse gas emissions increased 100 or over 30%, 130 megatons. Mr. Speaker, our government's record is clear. We have taken decisive action on the environment while protecting our economy. We've seen under our watch since 2005, Mr. Speaker, that greenhouse gases have decreased 5.1%, while the economy has grown 10.6%. And on that side of the House, Mr. Speaker, that member and his party is supporting the NDP climate change bill that would decrease greenhouse gas emissions 80%, which means they'd shut down the oil and gas sector, the transportation sector, electricity.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative plan for ending door-to-door mail delivery has been a disaster. Residents are plagued by thefts by snow-covered and frozen community mailboxes. Cities are stuck with the costs. Hundreds of cities right across this country, big and small, including my own city of Toronto, have called upon the government to abandon this plan. And now, postal workers have launched a court challenge. Montreal says it will join that lawsuit. When will the Conservatives abandon this plan and restore door-to-door mail delivery?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the plan is Canada Post's 5-point plan. They are an independent Crown corporation. And Mr. Speaker, they're dealing with a situation where they are now delivering 1.2 billion fewer pieces of mail in 2013 than they did just in 2006, Mr. Speaker. The member well also knows that 2/3 of Canadians currently don't receive door-to-door delivery. We expect Canada Post to operate on a financially self-sustaining basis, as is the law, Mr. Speaker. We expect nothing less than that.
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec Union of Municipalities, which represents some 300 municipalities, is considering going to court to fight the end of home mail delivery and the installation of community mailboxes. Mayors have had enough of the government's cavalier attitude. This is a government that goes ahead without consultation. Will the government listen to reason and reinstate home mail delivery?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, in 2013, Canada Post delivered 1.2 billion fewer pieces of mail than in 2006. 2/3 of Canadians do not receive door-to-door mail. Canada Post must have a balanced budget without imposing a burden on Canadian taxpayers, and we expect nothing less, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Hochelaga. The end of home mail delivery and the installation of community mailboxes is turning into a real nightmare for municipalities. The Mayor of Montreal is ready to go to court to fight Canada Post's plan. He's called out the cavalier and grotesque attitude of the Crown Corporation and is calling on the Conservative government to immediately impose a moratorium. Will the government finally listen to Canadians and local officials and reinstate home mail delivery?
Mr. Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, Canada Post is an independent Crown Corporation and it's responsible for its own operations. That includes its commercial and financial decisions. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are choosing other means than letters to communicate amongst themselves. Given the drop in demand, the volume or the amount of mail being sent has dropped by about 25% since 2008. And that trend is maintained. Canada Post could lose up to $1 billion a year by 2020 without a change. The honourable member for Hochelaga. If the Conservatives had taken the time to consult Canadians and municipalities, we wouldn't be here today. The installation of community mailboxes has been completely botched. What's more, Canada Post isn't keeping its promises. Snow around the boxes isn't being cleared, they're covered with graffiti, and they're surrounded by garbage. Canadians aren't happy, businesses aren't happy, and municipalities aren't happy. What will it take before the government ends the lunacy at Canada Post?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canada Post has a responsibility, obviously, in the conversion to community mailboxes, to be doing their consultations with community, as well as to take the important measures to ensure that the areas in front of community mailboxes are kept clear. We expect them to hold to their responsibilities, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Mr. Speaker, following the tragic attacks here in Ottawa last year, as well as St. Jean-sur-Richelieu, we're reminded of the magnitude of the threat that terrorism poses to us and all Canadians. Today, the International Financial Action Task Force that combats terrorist financing has announced it will be pressuring governments that are failing to combat the flow of cash to the ISIL death cult. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance please update the House on the steps the government has taken to combat terrorist financing in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale for that excellent question. Since elected, our government has taken numerous steps to combat terrorist financing. This includes strengthening FinTrack's ability to disclose threats to Canadian law enforcement agencies. We are pleased that the International Financial Action Task Force has endorsed our government's anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing regime. Canadians should remain vigilant and always report any suspicious activities to police immediately. The NDP and the Liberals have voted against our efforts to combat terrorist financing. We call on them to start supporting our efforts to protect Canadians.
The honourable member for Berthier, Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, since 2002, employment in the manufacturing and production sector in Mauricie has dropped by over 50%. That's a loss of 12,000 jobs in Mauricie. In 2014, Trois-Rivières was the only metropolitan region in Canada where GDP dropped. Mauricie needs investment and economic diversification. And yet, the government has cut the budget at Canada Economic Development for Quebec by 27%. Mr. Speaker, why is the government abandoning the people of Mauricie?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Economic Development Agency of Canada for Quebec is working in all the regions of Quebec with local economic stakeholders in each region for economic diversification. We are on the ground. We are studying requests from all the regions. We study them. Mauricie has sent its request, and we will follow up on them. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. In the last 9 years, 400,000 good-paying manufacturing jobs have disappeared. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives have abandoned middle-class families while helping the richest 15% in the country. Meanwhile, CED's Regional Economic Development Program has been cut by $13 million. These are the numbers, Mr. Speaker. $13 million fewer dollars for development in our communities. Will the minister step out from behind the camera and get to work diversifying our local economies? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 2006, the Economic Development Agency for Canada has invested over $1 billion in all the regions of Quebec. We're present everywhere with 14 regional offices, and we will continue to work on economic diversification throughout Quebec. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. What useless answers. Not only have there been cuts at the Economic Development Agency for Quebec, but government documents also show that the Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario has also lost 15% of its funding. The government's economic record is already in a shambles. Last year, 14,000 jobs were lost in the Lower St. Lawrence in retail, and now they want to continue leading Canadians into the abyss. Will the minister realize that our regions need a boost and that these cuts will threaten the creation of jobs for middle-class Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Economic Development Agency for Quebec and Canada is there. It's present across Quebec, and I invite the opposition members to work for economic development in their own regions, and maybe that would help their region out. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, order. Yesterday, the Minister of Canadian Heritage was patting herself on the back for progress in the area of official languages. But the reality, however, is that French language television programming outside of Quebec is slowly disappearing. Even Habs games aren't available in French for Francophones from coast to coast. The Federation of Francophone and Acadian Communities is sounding the alarm. Will the minister support our request for a committee study of television programming across the country and respect the rights of the Francophone minority? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday at the Official Languages Committee, we received a request from the NDP to look at this issue, and we will study the question and we will move forward.
For Humber, St. Barb, Bayvex.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Marine Atlantic's 2015 corporate plan has not yet been approved by Cabinet, and until then, the Crown Corporation's operating budget is very uncertain. The company has said there is absolutely no doubt that Cabinet will approve their 5-year plan before the delivery of the Finance Minister's budget, and full details of their funding will be available this spring. Will the Finance Minister confirm the 5-year corporate plan will indeed be approved in this time frame, that more money will be in the budget for Marine Atlantic, and that this funding will be no less than last year's allocation?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, obviously budgets wait until budgets are actually revealed, Mr. Speaker, but what I can tell the member is that Marine Canada, it's this government that has made substantial investments in Marine Atlantic. They have done so on a major capital program, which is just winding up, Mr. Speaker, and we continue to ensure that they have operational funding that they need to deliver the quality service to Atlantic Canadians.
The Honourable Member for St. Laurent-Cartierville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why in Quebec is the government ignoring process and treating the regions of Quebec unfairly. It is funding a natural gas distribution line in Thetford Mines. That's good, but it refuses to do the same for Lévis-Bellechasse. This despite the good work done by the Bellechasse Natural Gas Coalition, whose project has the support of municipalities, chambers of commerce, the CLDs, and the MRCs, among others. Why are the Conservatives treating our regions in such an arbitrary way?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Liquefied natural gas has the potential to diversify our markets, an energy product offering and energy markets creating jobs and economic growth for Canadians. Our responsible resource development plan includes a world-class independent regulatory process that makes decisions based on science and facts and provides for clear timelines, reduces duplication to strengthen investor confidence in energy projects. That said, decisions respecting the development of liquefied natural gas rest primarily with the province, and we respect their jurisdiction.
Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' plans for a monument to victims of communism has drawn criticism from Canada's Chief Justice, the Mayor of Ottawa, Canada's leading architecture and design experts, and local MPs and local elected representatives. All parties support a memorial to remember those silenced by tyranny and honour those who fought for change. But Ottawa residents and their representatives were not consulted on the location, size, and the design of the memorial. When building a monument to victims of communism, why is this government ignoring democratic consultation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister
Speaker,
of
that's
Heritage.
absolutely not true. Consultation has taken place on this monument, and the fact that it is brought forward by the organizations involved should be respected by the member across. And the memorial will honour more than 100 million lives lost under communist regimes, pay tribute to the Canadian ideas of liberty, freedom, democracy, and human rights. Our government committed to honouring the victims of communism in our speech from the throne in 2010. And, Mr. Speaker, we look forward to fulfilling that commitment.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, on another Ottawa issue, Ottawa Police Services are asking the government for funds to recover costs from the Parliament Hill shooting and for a renewal of the $2 million that they received in 2009 in recognition for their crucial role in keeping the federal government safe. Ottawa's police services face a unique challenge. Protecting the national capital is a huge cost to our city. This should not compromise the safety of the wider Ottawa community. Will the federal government give the City of Ottawa the support it needs to keep our community safe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we think back to October 22nd, I think most of us in this room today can recall the events that took place here in Parliament, outside, just out front on the streets as well. We were very thankful for the work that was done by all various levels of policing agencies, whether it was the Ottawa Police, whether it was the RCMP, and of course our security right here inside the Hill. Mr. Speaker, I will take that question under advisement to the Minister.
The Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The terrorist group ISIL is already responsible for countless heinous and barbaric war crimes. Now it appears they are intent on erasing the record of an entire civilization from the history books. A new video has shown ISIL thugs destroying ancient and priceless Mesopotamian statues and other Assyrian Christian artifacts in northern Iraq. And the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs, please provide Canada's reaction to the destruction of these priceless artifacts.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, this part of the world is called the cradle of civilization. These priceless artifacts belong to all of humanity. They tell us something about who we are and where we come from. For these barbarians to so wantonly destroy a part of human history in an attempt to wipe out an entire people is offensive to the core. Canada strongly condemns this barbarism. This is why the Canadian Armed Forces are there. We will not sit on the sidelines while an entire civilization is extinguished, not just from the earth, but from history itself.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, municipalities across this country continue to find a financial black hole where federal infrastructure funding should be. This government is all talk when it comes to infrastructure spending. In the Cape Breton Regional Municipality alone, $400 million worth of wastewater system upgrades are required. Will this government finally live up to its responsibility, bring the money to the table so we can get the job done, keep our water safe, and get our people back to work?
Good question.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In actual fact, Mr. Speaker, as a Conservative government, our investments in infrastructure are 3 times higher than the previous Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, in addition to being at the top of the list of all G7 countries with respect to investments in infrastructure, I'm also very pleased to report to the House that under our Conservative government, the average age of public infrastructure in Canada is now at its lowest level since 1980, Mr. Speaker. With the new Building Canada plan, this progress will continue, creating jobs, prosperity for all Canadians.
Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-18, the Agricultural Growth Act, is a bill designed to modernize and strengthen federal agricultural legislation, support innovation in the Canadian agriculture industry, and enhance global market opportunities. Unfortunately, the NDP must oppose all of these positive items because they voted against the bill. Mr. Speaker, could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture please provide an update on this important piece of legislation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette for that important question. And I'm pleased to report to the House that Bill C-18, the Agriculture Growth Act, received royal assent this week. The bill will strengthen intellectual property rights for plant varieties, reduce red tape, improve how government carries out its business with the Canadian agriculture industry, enhance trade, and grow Canada's economy. And importantly, Mr. Speaker, the bill also includes farmers' privilege, which explicitly permits farmers to use seeds from the crops they grow. Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely shocking that the official opposition voted against this bill.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Start that again. Yeah. I've had too many parliamentary secretaries up today. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, Thunder Bay's acute care hospital has been in gridlock for years. On January 26th, the hospital, designed for 375 acute care beds, had 469 patients stacked up in public hallways. Tommy Douglas worked with the Liberals to create a world-leading system funded 50% by the Feds. The Fed share now is less than half of that. Do the Conservatives have a plan to restore and renew our health care system?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely an absurd statement. We have the highest recorded healthcare transfer dollars right now in history. Since forming government, the transfers to the provinces have gone up by 70%, and it's going to meet $40 billion annually. So we have committed to increasing transfers year after year, and I'm very proud of our government's record in terms of the transfers, unlike the Liberals, who for many years balanced their budget on the backs of the provinces.
The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, after the Special Rapporteur on Aboriginal Rights from the UN, it's now Amnesty International that is criticizing Canada for its treatment of Aboriginal people. The government refuses to hold a public inquiry on murdered and missing Indigenous women. And the report also denounces the deplorable living conditions on reserve. Will the federal government finally hold an inquiry, and will it take concrete measures to improve living conditions on First Nations, or will it once again hide its head in the sand?
Secretary to the Minister of
Thank you, Mr.
Women.
Speaker. No, we won't support a national inquiry. We have an action plan which was tabled in September that we support on this side of the House because it helps Aboriginal women and girls. This action plan provides the tools and resources needed for preventing violence and supporting community-level solutions. It supports Aboriginal victims with appropriate services, and it protects Aboriginal women and girls by investing in shelters and continuing to improve Canada's law enforcement and justice systems. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we stand up to protect the rights of Aboriginal women and girls. Every time we move to safeguard these rights, the opposition members vote against them.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, not just in Thunder Bay, but all across Canada, we have seniors stacked up like cordwood in cots in hallways without comfort or dignity. This is a problem all across Canada for 3 reasons: inadequate federal funding, aging parents waiting hopelessly for long-term care and home care, and we're the only G20 country with no national health care strategy. When will the Conservatives commit to investing in long-term and preventative health care?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I have talked already in terms of the increase in transfers to the provinces that are going to be year after year. But I think it's also important to look to a commitment to innovation in the healthcare system, because the reality is more money is not going to be the only thing that we need to do to fix inefficiencies. And I want to take a quote from Brad Wall. He says, "This can no longer be just about money. We've got to find ways to ensure that healthcare is here for future generations, that it is sustainable without sacrificing patient care. We're a partner with the provinces. We've got to move forward." Thank you.
That concludes question period for today.
Moving to orders of the day. Routine business, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
J'ai l'honneur de déposer dans
the honor to table in both official languages a treaty called the World Wine Trade Group Agreement on Wine Labeling. And there is an explanatory note with the document.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honor to table in both official language the government's response to 10 petitions.
That's it. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Présentation. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Essex.
Well, thank you, Chair. And I want to have a number of constituents that have signed a lengthy petition to adopt international aid policies that support small family farmers, especially women, and recognize their vital role in the struggle against hunger and poverty. And secondly, to ensure that Canadian policies and programs are developed in consultation with small family farmers, and that they protect the rights of small family farmers in the Global South to preserve, use, and freely exchange seeds. Thank you.
Petitions, Honourable Deputy.
Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition signed by hundreds of Canadians who are concerned about the threat to Aboriginal rights of small farmers around the world who are unable to exchange and keep their seeds because of certain provisions in the treaty. And so Canada is called on in this petition to adopt policies to support farmers, especially women farmers, in order to recognize their vital role in promoting peace and equality, to have policies that help small farmers and protect the rights of farmers in the South and their ability to use and conserve their seeds.
For Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present this petition on behalf of the National Farmers Union and residents of Quebec, calling upon the government to recognize the rights of farmers to save, reuse, select, exchange, and sell seeds.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition from a number of Londoners who want to draw the House's attention to the fact that on May 22nd, 2013, this Parliament voted unanimously in support of anaphylaxis motion 230. And as we all know, Mr. Speaker, there are many victims of anaphylaxis, including children, and they are very vulnerable, particularly when traveling. And so the petitioners request the Parliament to enact a policy to reduce the risk of anaphylactic passengers when they are traveling anywhere in this country, whether it be by plane, train, or forms of public transit, so that they are safe. Thank you.
Petitions, pétitions, the Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few weeks ago, I was invited by Mrs. Dietz's grade 4 class at Crescent Town Elementary to come speak to the kids about bees. And it is a classroom, Mr. Speaker, full of bee experts and pollinator advocates. And they gave to me letters to give to the ministers of the government, and they also gave to me, Mr. Speaker, this petition to present before the House. And this petition, Mr. Speaker, is about the protection of insect pollinators and calls upon the House of Commons specifically to take concrete steps to solve the problem of high mortality rates amongst bees and other insect pollinators, to develop a strategy to address the multiple factors related to bee colony deaths, such as the destruction and disturbance of habitat and pesticide use, and to encourage seed companies to produce and facilitate the purchase of seed that is not treated with neonics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétition, the Honourable Member for Vegreville-Rainwood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today, Mr. Speaker. In the first, the petitioners call on Parliament to condemn discrimination against girls, which occurs through gender selection abortion. In the second, Mr. Speaker, petitioners call upon Parliament to bring in tougher laws on impaired driving. And one of the things they call for, Mr. Speaker, is to change the charge of impaired driving causing death to the offence of vehicular manslaughter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétition, the Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not too long ago, my colleague from Beaches East York introduced Private Members Bill C-619, the Climate Change Accountability Act, and I'm holding in my hand a petition that so many people have signed saying that they actually want to see this bill turned into law, that we need a Climate Change Accountability Act. And they point out the fact that this government has done things like they've canceled the Eco-Energy Home Retrofit Program, and they continue to give subsidies to oil and gas industry. And so they're asking that we actually take action and we pass this bill into law so we can start reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians from Thunder Bay, Superior North, and across Canada repeatedly are sending me petitions concerned about the communist Chinese persecuting the Falun Gong only because they have a spiritual belief in truth, compassion, and forbearance. David Kilgore, former member, has compiled tremendous amounts of evidence about murders and organ harvesting, and so my petitioners request us to condemn the Communist Chinese government for murdering people for their organs, and as well to end the persecution of Falun Gong in China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Question 935, question 937, and question 943. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if a revised response to Q 328, originally tabled on March 6, 2014, revised responses to Q 528 and Q 586, both originally tabled on September 15, 2014, and a revised response to Q 880, originally tabled on January 26, 2015, could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions number 935, question 937, question 328 revised, questions 528 revised, question 586 revised, and question 880 revised be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed. So ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to respond to the point of order that was raised earlier today, this morning by the Opposition House Leader. And I shall say at the outset I do want to reserve the right to come back and provide some further submissions. I've had little more than an hour to prepare a response, and most of that time I have actually spent, as you know, here in the chamber for member statements, question period, and now routine proceedings. So I may wish to come back. However, I did want to provide you with an initial response. What you are being asked to do is to interfere in the affairs of a committee. And as we all know, committees are masters of their own process. But the real issue is the question of whether MPs will be allowed to study and consider the anti-terrorism bill that is before the House C-51, or can the opposition, by endless speeches and obstruction, obstruct such a bill and prevent it from ever being studied or passed? Let's call it a tyranny of the minority. There's a paradox here. The opposition say that they want to have extensive study of the bill, yet at the same time they won't let it happen. The real objective is to filibuster and to block the bill. Now, we think on the government side that this bill is important. We're very open to discussion, we're open to study, but we do want to see the bill become law this Parliament. Every week we have stories of new attacks that are taking place that are inspired or called upon or actually undertaken by ISIS, the Islamic State, and they continue to have increased the tempo of that, and that is, of course, after specific ISIL-inspired attacks here in Canada on October 20th and October 22nd. We also have recent reports increasing tempo again of foreign fighters, of people leaving this country to join ISIL. And of course, also alarmingly, we've had recent, again, public reports of other jihadist groups, Al-Shabaab being the most recent one, making public calls for terrorist attacks on Canadian civilians here on Canadian soil. So, needless to say, in that context, there is a need for a government that has identified, and I think for this Parliament, having identified that there are gaps and additional things we can do to protect Canadians. There really is a duty upon us to do that and to allow that to happen. That does speak to the need to take action and to provide Canadians with those additional protections we have identified. So we are in a situation where time actually does matter. Endless delay and obstruction can have a price, it can have a cost, and that can be a very high cost indeed. And let's be clear about what the New Democratic Party was doing. They have said it in their own words. Yesterday's communications, they repeatedly indicated that what they were engaging in was a filibuster. They were filibustering. I have here one tweet that was put out by the New Democratic Party, and I'll substitute the names of constituencies. It says, happening now, the member for Alfred Pelin, that's a New Democrat, is standing up to the Prime Minister and filibustering Bill C-51. That's what was said. Not asking for more witnesses, but rather filibustering. Similarly, Sean Dern, who is the Director of Communications for the Leader of the Opposition, he tweeted out that the member for Alfred Pelin is fighting for your rights and freedoms right now by filibustering Bill C-51. And then, similarly, New Democratic Party headquarters put out a similar statement that the member for Alfred Pelin is fighting for our rights and freedoms right now by filibustering Bill C-51. The member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley cited again the same thing, citing up for rights and filibustering. This is clear evidence that what the committee was dealing with wasn't considered debate and discussion, but rather filibustering. Well, what is filibustering? And there are probably some normal people at home who aren't familiar with that word, and they should be made familiar with that word. I'll give them some indications. The Gage Canadian Dictionary, this is the Canadian definition of it, defines filibuster as the deliberate hindering of the passage of a bill in a legislature by long speeches or other means of delay. The Webster Dictionary, slightly smaller version, says filibuster, a member of a legislature who obstructs a bill by making long speeches. And then the Oxford Dictionary, which is my preferred one, not my preferred definition, but certainly my preferred dictionary, and it says filibuster, prolonged speaking or other action which obstructs progress in a legislative assembly while not technically contravening the required procedures. And then it says the origin is from the French filibustier, first applied to pirates who pillaged the Spanish colonies in the West Indies. I like that. In any event, what was taking place at that committee was a filibuster. And that certainly then leaves us with the question of what is a committee to do faced with such a filibuster, efforts by one individual or a minority to prevent them from engaging in their work, to obstruct, to block, as those definitions show, a bill from passage, to prevent that, if you will, tyranny of the minority from happening. And the question is, what is the appropriate balance? At what point do you say, and in this case we're talking about a committee that had met for 2 days after Bill C-51 was sent to them by this House, to debate and discuss process, had gone on, I've heard, as many as 10 hours to discussing these questions of process. At what point do they actually get past that and actually begin engaging in the study that everybody claims is so important? Certainly the opposition keeps claiming they want more of it, but they keep using up the time for other things, for this filibuster that they're so proud and so fond of. So I would submit to you in the simplest terms, Mr. Speaker, that you are being asked to intervene by the official opposition to give them a blank check, an unlimited right to be able to filibuster and forever prevent the House of Commons, to forever prevent that committee of the House of Commons from being able to debate the bill, from being able to hear witnesses, that they should have an unlimited right to block and filibuster without end. And I think it would be an extraordinary thing for you to step in and provide them with such right, and to do so in the context of a bill so critical to the public safety of Canadians, so critical to protecting their lives at a time when we know that every single week the people who have targeted Canada are killing people, killing innocents around the world, and they've identified and targeted Canadians to do exactly that. Now, to get into the perhaps dry legalese of my submissions in terms of the rules, I will continue by pointing out that the meeting that we are talking about was one designed dealing with the organization, simply the discussion and the debate of how the bill should be processed by the committee, what witnesses they should hear. And of course, at the meeting yesterday, which was held in public, the committee debated a Conservative motion, then a New Democratic amendment, and then a Conservative sub-amendment. And this was all part and parcel of the normal iterative dialogue which happens at committees. It's a normal thing when they're seeking to schedule business. However, that iterative process, if you will, that back-and-forth discussion and debate, simply stopped when the NDP refused to engage in any further serious effort towards a productive discussion and launched into a filibuster. At that point, it went over 6 hours of debate on just the sub-amendment yesterday. That's the point at which it was clear there was no discussion here, and it was, as their public statement started coming out at that point, just about filibustering. It was becoming increasingly repetitive and irrelevant to the question before the committee. And I understand that a number of points of order were made related to this concern yesterday afternoon at the committee. After some time, the honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West, a member of the committee, raised a point of order calling for the chair to put the questions before the committee to a vote, citing the persistence in repetition and irrelevance on the part of the New Democrats. And you, of course, know that repetition and irrelevance is a clear part of our standing orders in this House. Committees are masters of their own process, have their own rules, and so on. But as you know, repetition and irrelevance is simply not permitted. The chair, and you, in fact, I think, Mr. Speaker, have been a champion on that particular question. The chair then made a ruling from which the honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West, appealed. The majority of the committee sided with the honourable member and voted not to sustain the chair's ruling, as was those members' right. Subsequently, the committee endorsed our government's reasonable proposal to allow for approximately 50 witnesses to appear before it during its study of Bill C-51. The chair is now being asked to interfere in the decision taken by a majority of that standing committee. Firstly, the chair should reject the challenge immediately, given that it's made in the absence of any report from the committee on this specific matter. And to do so, to make a finding, if you will, without a report in front of you, would simply fly in the face of the tradition, conventions, and practice of this House. Page 1046 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice second edition, acknowledges that, quote, the Speaker is reluctant to intervene in a committee's internal affairs unless the committee has previously reported on the matter to the House, unquote. The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster this morning urged the chair to apply to the proceedings of the committee what we would consider in the world of appellate law to be a standard of correctness. Footnote 517 on page 1046 of O'Brien and Bosque refers to a ruling of Mr. Speaker Fraser, which acknowledged that in, quote, very serious and special circumstances, end quote, the chair may intervene in the absence of report. This is far beyond any test for, quote, correctness, unquote. The standard of intervening in the absence of a committee report might be gleaned, for instance, from the decision of Mr. Speaker Perron on November 7, 1996, at page 6225 of debates, in a case where an associate member of a committee, back in the early years of the concept of associate membership, was denied certain participation rights. In fact, a long line of Speaker's rulings uphold the point that committee decisions ought not to be interfered with in the absence of a report expressly on point. Mr. Speaker Milliken, on November 27, 2002, at page 1949 of the debates, ruled that, quote, it is a long tradition in this place that committees are masters of their own proceedings. Ordinarily, the House is only seized of a committee matter when the committee reports to the House outlining the situation that must be addressed, end quote. In a subsequent Parliament, he delivered a ruling on May 10, 2007, at page 9288 of debates, which noted, quote, it would be highly inappropriate for the Speaker to break with our past practice and preempt any decision the committee may choose to make. The committee is seized of the issue, and if a report is presented, I will, of course, deal with any procedural questions which may be raised as a result. Until such a report is presented, however, I must leave the matter in the hands of the committee, end quote. In another ruling, on March 14, 2008, at page 4182 of debates, Mr. Speaker Milliken said, quote, for the present, I cannot find sufficient grounds to usurp the role of committee members in regulating the affairs of the Standing Committee. However, if and when the committee presents a report, should members continue to have concerns about the work of the committee, they will have an opportunity to raise them in the House, end quote. Not only is the convention that the Speaker does not interfere in committee proceedings sound in policy terms, it is sound in its practical application. The proceedings of the committee, neither the minutes of the proceedings nor the evidence, have not yet been published. So we are arguing on the basis of what we understand to be the facts. That leaves the chair with representations about what happened at the Public Safety Committee made by two members, myself and my NDP counterpart. We are both not members of that very committee. In fact, it is because I take the view that committees ought to be the master of their own proceedings that I am relying upon accounts of what happened there, in the absence of any official documents. The House Leader of the official opposition grounds his point of order on a claim that a motion for the previous question was proposed. That motion, if proposed in the House, is a debatable motion, so the NDP House Leader's construction of the facts simply does not add up to what happened. The honourable member for Northumberland Quinte West was, as I understand it, challenging the irrelevant and repetitive interventions by the New Democratic Party, interventions which simply expose the New Democrats' approach to delaying and obstructing these legislative measures to support our police and security agencies. From that perspective, the honourable member's view was that the debate had been exhausted. Now, Mr. Speaker, I cited to you some examples that support that from the communications that were put out by the NDP party and by members of the caucus. Now, Mr. Speaker, if I ended my argument here on the point about the lack of a report, some observers might claim that I am asking you to allow what happened on a technicality. However, the actions of the Public Safety Committee are also sound on the merits, since committees are, as we all know and say often, matters of their own proceedings. This concept is explained at page 1047 of O'Brien and Bosque, quote, the concept refers to the freedom committees normally have to organize their work as they see fit and the option they have of defining on their own certain rules of procedure that facilitate their own proceedings, end quote. On the next page, we see that, quote, committees adopt procedural rules to govern their proceedings, but only to the extent that the House does not prescribe anything specific, end quote. Rules concerning repetition and irrelevance are prescribed by the standing orders and our practices. The chair of the committee was asked for several rulings yesterday on relevance and repetition. This is consistent with his role under Standing Order 117. The chair of a standing, special, or legislative committee shall maintain order in the committee, deciding all questions of order, end quote. However, those words are followed by a very germane phrase, quote, subject to an appeal to the committee, but disorder in a committee can only be censured by the House on receiving a report thereof, end quote. The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West, disagreed with the chair's ruling and appealed to the committee. A majority of the committee's members, in turn, agreed with the appeal. Again, that is expressly allowed by the standing orders. Page 1049 of O'Brien and Bosk reiterates the point, quote, decisions by the chair are not debatable. They can, however, be appealed to the full committee. Mr. Speaker Milliken, in the 2002 ruling, I said it earlier, confirmed this practice, quote, even the rulings of the chair of a committee may be made the subject of an appeal to the whole committee. The committee may, if it thinks appropriate, overturn such a ruling, end quote. This passage was cited favorably by our own Speaker in his ruling on November 29, 2012, at page 12609 of the debates. The principle is worth repeating, Mr. Speaker. Appeals lie to the committee, not to the House. The honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings, a man whose constituents are lucky to have as an MP, a chairman of the Public Safety Committee that they are privileged to have as a chair, ought to be heartened that O'Brien and Boss go on to add at page 1049 that, quote, the overturning of a ruling is not considered a matter of confidence in the chair, end quote. Citation 760, sub 3 of Beauchene's Parliamentary Rules and Form, 6th edition, speaks to committees being the proper venue for committees' procedural disputes being settled. Quote, the Speaker has ruled on many occasions that it is not competent for the Speaker to exercise procedural control over the committees. Committees are and must remain masters of their own procedure, end quote. Citation 822, again of Beauchene's, meanwhile gives us this vice, quote, procedural difficulties which arise at committees ought to be settled in the committee, not in the House, end quote. Mr. Speaker, Fraser, in his ruling of March 26, 1990, at page 9756 of the debates, explained why this is a sound approach. Quote, if I am cautious in not acting now, it is simply because the chair does not supervise the standing committee chairman. That function belongs to the members of each committee. That function belongs to the members of each committee, and they have obvious avenues to pursue other than invoking privilege in the House, end quote. Our own Speaker at page 17795 of the debates for June 6, 2013 said in response to a point of order, quote, to answer this fully would be to ask the chair to reach into and adjudicate upon committee matters, a practice which this House has long resisted, given that committees are masters of their own proceedings, as we are apt to say, end quote. Beauchene's citation 762 notes that, quote, proceedings in the committees are more relaxed in nature than those in the House, as the requirements which must be observed in the chamber are not so strictly enforced when members sit as committees, end quote. This point was confirmed in a ruling of our current Speaker on November 29, 2012, at page 12609 of the debates, quote, it is true that committee practices of considerable flexibility and fluidity, end quote. Mr. Speaker, Milliken's 2002 ruling, which I already quoted twice, speaks to the wisdom of letting committees resolve their own difficulties, like those presented by the NDP's persistence in irrelevance and repetition yesterday at the Public Safety Committee. Quote, that being said, it is true as well that committees are permitted a greater latitude in the conduct of their proceedings than might be allowed in the House. It may not always be clear in a particular set of circumstances how best to proceed, so the ultimate decision is left to the committee itself, end quote. In this case, I suggest that we let the Public Safety Committee's proceedings remain the exclusive concern of the Public Safety Committee, unless and until the committee chooses to report this particular matter to the House for our consideration. I am continuing my review of the decision, of the detailed submissions, which my friend, the Opposition House Leader, tendered this morning. So, as I said, I may wish to come back. But I do want to point out that, again, this is a question of if you are to accede to the point of order that has been put forward by the official Opposition House Leader, that you are going to essentially be ruling that a minority, a single member perhaps, has the ability to stand through a filibuster, as they've indicated, able to block and obstruct legislation from ever passing, from ever being considered, from allowing witnesses to be heard, from allowing legislation to be debated. I don't think that when one talks about protecting the rights of the minority, the right of the minority is not to become a majority, to transform itself through extraordinary breadth and an extraordinary ability of endurance to be able to prevent progress on legislation to be able to block decisions from being made by this legislature. That is not what standing up for the minority means. That would be the establishment of a tyranny of the minority. And in a case like this, where the legislation is so important, where we are dealing with a matter where we would like to see this bill become law in this Parliament, because it is a matter of public safety, because Canadian lives are at risk, because the phenomena we're seeking to combat has cost us Canadian lives, has cost us a life just steps off of this hill in the very place where we are, and came close to costing lives right here. We're talking about a terrorist threat that threatens all Canadians, and talking about solutions that have been identified by the government that will make those Canadians safer. This Parliament has a right to consider those, has a right to deliberate them, and that committee has every right to ensure that it cannot be, if you will, held hostage to prevent them from considering that legislation, hearing witnesses, deliberating on it, and pronouncing on it to us, and providing their report to us on the appropriateness of that legislation.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition on the same point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I just wanted to reply to my friend and my colleague, the Government House Leader. I think, if anything, he's served to reinforce the point of order that I made this morning. And I reiterate again, he has not at any point contradicted that in this rule book, it says in committee motions for the previous question are inadmissible. So he hasn't contradicted that in any way. I think that reinforces the principal argument that we made this morning, that committees can't just write their own rule book, that indeed they do have to follow House of Commons procedure and practice. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Government House Leader made essentially political arguments, and I do want to take a few minutes to reply to the political arguments he made before I come back to the technicality, which is basically the only thing that the government is hanging its hat on. First off, the issue of speed and importance of legislation. We have no doubt that this is important legislation that needs to be considered. But as the 100 law professors across the country noted this morning in their open letter to the government and to all members of Parliament, saying that this dangerous legislation needs to be amended or killed. It says Bill C-51 does not include the type of concrete effective measures that have been proven to work against radicalization, such as working with communities on measures to count radicalization of youth, and the bill may even undermine outreach. So, Mr. Speaker, first off, on the issue of speed, we have 100 of Canada's leading law professors across the country, most of whom are in Conservative ridings, saying we've read the bill, we've scrutinized the bill, and what this does actually may even hinder the types of measures that the government should be putting into place. Now, we've seen this government claw back money from the RCMP, and that was an issue last week, as you know, in this House, Mr. Speaker. Those are issues. It's a program that was supposed to counter radicalization. Instead, the government clawed back money. We've seen this government gut the Canada Border Services Agency, eliminating hundreds of frontline investigative officers in the Canada Border Services Agency. So all the measures that this government should be taking, if there is real concern from the government side about taking effective measures, they're not taking. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they've done measures that are counterproductive. So the issue that the Government House Leader raises about speed contradicts every action the government has done over the last few months, except putting in place Bill C-51, which the most learned law professors in the country, the authorities, the experts that this government refuses to hear from, say that it doesn't include the concrete effective measures, and this bill may even undermine that outreach and those measures. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the issue of New Democrats speaking in committee. What the Government House Leader forgot to mention or omitted to mention is that over the course of this week, what New Democrats have called for is hearing from expert testimony and hearing from Canadians during the day, during the evening, including the break weeks. It's Conservatives that refuse to sit during break weeks. It's Conservatives that have refused to sit in the evening. So you've got hardworking NDP members of Parliament, like the member from Esquimalt-Wander-Fuca, the member from Alfred Pellin, saying, No, let's sit next week. It's a break week, but let's be in Ottawa. Let's hear from experts. Conservatives say, no, we don't want to work next week on this bill. And we had New Democrats saying, we want to sit in the evening. And Conservatives saying, no, we don't want to sit. We want to go to our socials. We want to go to the bar. We don't want to sit during the evening session. And, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, it is appalling to hear Conservatives who refused those extra hearings now saying that somehow the NDP didn't want to work. We always want to work, Mr. Speaker. We're the worker bees in this House, and we don't mind being the worker bees. We don't mind scrutinizing legislation, but it is simply false to pretend that Conservatives wanted to work and New Democrats didn't. We want to work night and day on this bill. We believe it requires close scrutiny. It is Conservatives that have systematically blocked that tight scrutiny, and the question has to be asked, what are they afraid of? What are they hiding? Why don't they want that full scrutiny of the bill? And who are they cutting out by slashing the witness list? How many former prime ministers have expressed concerns about this bill? How many former chief justices or justices of the Supreme Court are they cutting out? How many people have actually been involved in security issues are they cutting out? How many of those law professors that are some of the leading minds on security issues in the country, how many of them are they refusing to hear from? They want a short list where it is only pro-government witnesses, except for a handful of people that may have opposing concerns or real concerns about this bill. So for Conservatives to say somehow they want to hear from the public, everything they have shown this week is exactly the opposite. They want to shut down debate. They don't want to sit during break weeks. They don't want to sit during the evenings. They want to get through this bill with the minimum of public scrutiny. So finally, we get to the one argument, the one procedural argument that was raised. And I'll just say this to conclude. You've been very patient, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. And that is what the government House Leader admits is a technicality. He says, well, you know, we haven't had a report from the committee. That technicality I'm going to hang my hat on. That's the one procedural argument they have to offer, as if a Conservative majority that has just run roughshod, have ripped up the rule book and run roughshod over the procedures and precedences and practice that we have had in this House of Commons for 150 years, as if they are going to send the evidence to the House of Commons. Well, I am simply going to ask then, through you, Mr. Speaker, to members of the House. We can solve this very simply. If that little technicality is the only thing that the government can point to avoid the important guidance and wisdom that we have asked from the Speaker and that we hope to get in the coming days, then I'm going to ask for unanimous consent for the following motion: that the official transcript of the 51st meeting of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security of Thursday, February 26, 2015, be deemed to be the 10th report of said committee, and that it be deemed reported to the House. That way the evidence is delivered. Conservatives can't hide it. The government can't hang its hat on a technicality. And, of course, what that means, Mr. Speaker, is that the truth will out.
Does the House Leader for the official opposition have unanimous consent to this? There's obviously no unanimous consent. I want to thank both House Leaders and the member for Winnipeg North for their submissions. I understand the government House Leader may have further submissions. I'm sure the Speaker will be responsive to the point of order as quickly as possible once the submissions are completed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills. Commons. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-2. Respect of Communities Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo Alberni, who has 2.5 minutes plus questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, for anyone who is just tuning in now, we've been discussing before question period Bill C-2, the Respect for Communities Act, and I was at the point in the debate where I was raising the point that the Health Committee had heard extensively on these issues from a large number of expert witnesses. In fact, the committee recently completed studies on both prescription drug abuse as well as the health risk of marijuana use. During these studies, a number of witnesses called for increased action by the government in order to raise awareness of the health problems associated with drug abuse. It's costing us an enormous amount in society, in non-productive citizens, in people developing increasing health complications, non-productive lives, and creating a real burden on the healthcare system, as well as the terrible destruction of their own lives and their families and all of those that love and care for them. Given the committee's work in this area, I was very pleased that in October 2014, Minister Ambrose launched the Preventing Drug Abuse media campaign, and that campaign was to equip parents with information tools needed to talk with their teenagers about the harmful effects of prescription drug abuse and marijuana use. Mr. Speaker, that program is part of our prevention plan that we're working towards here. C2 will provide for communities to have a framework for discussion about so-called safe injection sites. Before they're implemented, it'll give law enforcement and municipal leaders and residents an opportunity to address the circumstances in the neighborhood before such a program could be considered by the minister. So I thank the members for the opportunity to speak to this bill, the Speaker for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to questions and answers. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question come on side. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually want to acknowledge my friend's comments at the end, where I think we can agree on his statement that the fact that we see the proliferation and use of some very harmful drugs in our communities is affecting lives in communities. Where we depart company, I think, is on how we deal with that. And I think he should know and probably has looked at all the research, the evidence-based research on why we need to have safe injection sites and places where people can get health care at the same time. No one is looking at trying to proliferate. We're actually trying to reduce the use of harmful drugs. So my question to my friend is, has he read all the evidence about other countries, be it Germany, Switzerland, right here in Canada, of those who have looked at it and said, this is a health issue, and we need to be able to provide support, safe support for those people who have these problems so that we can have first contact with them and not abandon them. And that's where I think the government's problem is. So I just want to know if he's read all those reports and the evidence-based reporting that says the direction of this government is the wrong direction.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member from Ottawa Centre for his intervention. Look, I think there's a lot of discussion about harm reduction, but, you know, I had a whole career as a healthcare professional, and the focus of my career was always on helping people have productive lives, have restored lives, and I think we have not exhausted the possibilities of actually delivering people from these addictions. In fact, I would point the member, and I know he's interested in solutions for these problems, these vexing problems. There's some promising work being done with low-grade, non-invasive treatments like magnetic therapies, so-called transcranial magnetic stimulation, with PTSD victims. Here's a former Army sergeant discussing PTSD treatment at the Brain Treatment Center down in, well, it's reported in the Washington Post, I'm sure. Here's another report here from the Canadian Press, just November 2014. Center for Addiction and Mental Health in Toronto, treating depression with transcranial magnetic stimulation. Low cost, low risk interventions that help people with addictions and with depression. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that members will stay open to the possibility that rather than reinforcing someone's addiction and keeping them in that state, which, there is a measure of harm reduction there, but wouldn't we want to exhaust opportunities to help people be delivered, be restored, and live full and productive lives, be restored to their families, and join the rest of the human family on a path to a better future?
Questions and comments? Question come on side. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for the statement as well. I guess the reason why we have the Act, it's the Respect for Communities Act, is we are concerned about public opinion on these kind of places, and concerned about the neighbors around in the areas that these places are going to, in effect, be operational. So that's why we think it's important to solicit their feedback along with police organizations, etc. And I guess for us, especially as elected officials, it's pretty obvious that we need public support for these kind of things, whether they should go in certain areas or not. And that's what this Act is about. It's soliciting support and input into that facility location. I'd just like to ask the honourable member, I guess what he thinks about that is a good idea to solicit public opinion, or is it good, like the opposition would suggest, and just have a one-shot approach that we're going to make this happen regardless of your opinions? I'd just like to ask that question.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Alberni has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you very much. Well, I very much appreciate the intervention from the member from Prince George. What the Act provides is a framework for that discussion to take place. So local law enforcement, so municipal leaders, so residents actually have a say when someone wants to establish a facility that, after all, is dealing with an illegal drugs being provided for a safe or legal injection, but the drugs themselves are illegal. They can become, in fact, magnets for criminal activity in the region. And I think people need to have a discussion there. They need to consider the impact on a facility on crime rates, on local conditions. By Vancouver, a few years ago, after Insight, it was branded as the bank robbery capital of North America. That's not the kind of branding we want in our community. Yes, many of the robberies were for small amounts of money, but the same guys coming in time and again, robbing banks, trying to get money to support the addiction. Wouldn't it be better, colleagues, to exhaust the mechanisms of helping people be delivered from these addictions and go on with productive lives?
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to speak to Bill C2. As we have said on this side of the House, this is a bill that is actually ill-considered and is a reaction, frankly, to the government's inability to address a very serious problem. And as we know, the Supreme Court has had to intervene to guide the government to actually do more than they have been doing. But it's more than that. I mean, if we look at the legislation, it's trying to address a major void in the government's approach to dealing with what is a health issue. And I'd like to underline that point to start off with, Mr. Speaker. This is about health and the health of our neighbours and people who we represent as members of Parliament. And too often this has been seen as an issue that's dressed up as a drug issue, and that it kind of evokes the kind of images you see on TV, and it somehow torques it to the point where we forget about, we're talking about human beings who are facing addiction. It was just recently I met with people who are with the recovery movement here in Ottawa, and I've sponsored a motion to that I'd love the rest of my colleagues to support, to have a recovery month recognized in September. And one of the things that was really important about what they were talking about is those who have actually taken on addiction and gone down that brave road and been able to, with the support of many people, deal with addictions, be it alcohol, be it other drugs. And their point was, we need to take this out of the shadows when we're talking about addictions, and take it out of the shadows, and when people have been successful in the recovery, celebrate it. Talk about it and celebrate it, and not hide behind and not be, shamed of it. And that's something we've seen with mental health. We've come a long way when it comes to mental health, but we need to do the same thing with addictions. And when people are addicted to drugs, we need to see that as a health issue. It could be, my kids, it could be your kids, it could be our neighbors, our friends who could become addicted. We've seen that pattern. My mother's first job as before she was in politics was a public health nurse. And one of the things she had to deal with in the 70s were kids who were getting addicted to hard drugs, and they had nowhere to go. And she was their first point of contact in dealing with that issue. And the problem then was acknowledging that this was a problem. People were hiding behind closed doors. People were suffering in silence. We have made some progress in that area now. But, I look at this bill and I hear from the government side and I'm thinking, we need to take back that approach that we thought we had learned and say, this is a health issue. We can solve this issue if we work together. And it just so happens, Mr. Speaker, it's timely for me. I was very lucky just this past week to meet with all of the executive directors of all the community health centres in Ottawa. So they weren't just Community Health Centre executive directors in Ottawa Centre, of which I'm very lucky to have 4 community health centres here in Ottawa Centre, but also the Community Health Centre executive directors from other areas in Ottawa. And so I met with the executive director from the Community Health Centre from South End, Ottawa, not in my area, also from the Queensway Carleton, which is west of me, but also the executive director from the Centretown Health Centre, Simone Thibault, who actually coordinated, and I want to give her a special mention because she hosted the meeting. There was Jack McCarthy from the Somerset West Community Health Centre, as well as the executive director from Sandy Hill. And in fact, it was David Gibson who really underlined the point that we had to get smarter when it comes to dealing with addictions and with hard drugs in particular. And he laid out a very convincing argument on why we need to take a different approach than what is laid out here in Bill C-2. And what he was saying is essentially, look, we have to acknowledge the first thing is that we have harmful, powerful drugs being used by members of our community. So the first thing when you're dealing with any addiction is recognize it. And secondly, you have to understand what the drugs are, who's taking them, and where they're taking them. So doing an analysis. And then the third thing is you have to come up with solutions. So it's a fairly straightforward approach that he talks about. But he also put into the briefing that he gave me and sent to me, and I thank him for it, is that what is the legal piece here? Because we know the Supreme Court was involved. So I'm going to read some of that report into the record for benefit of our debate. One of the things he says here, and I'm quoting from the report, is, I consider Bill C-2 as an important reminder of the lessons of the 2011 Supreme Court's ruling that governments and all health and public health organizations have a duty to act in ways that enhance the health of individuals and their communities. I don't think of anyone in this House that would disagree with that statement. He does go on to say how we can actually improve that response to achieve the goal he laid out. And one of the things that he laid out is from that Supreme Court ruling was, quoting from it, was the effect of denying the services of safe injection sites to the population it serves and the increase that we see to the risk of death and disease to injection drug users is grossly disproportionate to any of the benefits that Canada might derive from presenting a uniform stance on the possession of narcotics. That was from the Chief Justice Beverly McLaughlin in her decision in 2011. It goes on to say, these sites are evidence that health authorities are increasingly recognizing that health care for injection drug users cannot amount to a stark choice between abstinence and foregoing health services. This is the key for me. You can't take people who are hiding in the shadows with their addiction and using injection drugs and say, we don't have any role here. They are people in our community. They are people who need help. And to just put them in the shadows and say, no, just get off those drugs and, fine for the ads. I've seen them. There's some effect that can have. But if you're addicted to hard drugs and using injection drugs, I'm sorry, but that campaign is not going to help you. That is not going to do the job. So what the Supreme Court was saying is that you can't just lay it out as saying it's abstinence or denial of health services and that's all left. That's all that's left for you as a drug user. What we have to look at is who this is, how we can help them, as I mentioned earlier. So the image that I'm going to now tell you about, Mr. Speaker, is one that's in this report that I received from one of our Community Health Centre executive directors, and it's an actual story. And I think it's important because it lays out what some of the challenges are. So this story is about, we'll call this person Michael for protection of his privacy. In August 2012, at the age of 19, same age as my eldest son, Michael visited the downtown city of Ottawa Community Health Centre to exchange his used needles with clean needles. Having declined further support that day, Michael left the Community Health Centre. There's an accompanying photo that I can't show you here, but I will tell you that what happened next is just within steps away of the Community Health Centre, Michael was found in an overdose state. he was found by one of the people in the community health center, fortunately, because if he had not been found, he would have died, and he would have died of an overdose. What happened was he woke up in the hospital, emergency department. He was told that he was clinically dead when the paramedics arrived. And just to underline the point here, he was 25 meters from the community health center, and they were there to be able to help him. But what happened to his friend wasn't so lucky, because a week later, one of his closest friends died of an overdose. What I'm trying to say here is that this is preventable. When we have people, and they're in all of our communities, make no mistake, who are dying because of their overdose and use of and misuse of injection drugs, that there is a model that is there. It's not one size fits all. It is an opportunity for us to deal with it. So, in closing, Mr. Speaker, this is not about naming and shaming. This is about taking people out of the shadows and putting them in front of our healthcare services and providing the support that they need. And it is 2015. We know the evidence is out, the studies have been done, that supervised sites can work. It isn't one size fits all. It does, yes, I agree with the government, it has to have community support. But if we fail to actually provide that support, what we're doing is we're turning our back on people's lives. This is about people's lives. This is about the fact that people are dying in our streets because we aren't doing enough. And that would be an abject failure, not only of our duties as members of Parliament, but our collective duties as a caring community. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Honorable député de...
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak to my colleague from Ottawa and ask him to speak about an issue. Well, the Conservative who spoke before said that there's a healthcare aspect to this. Now, there are hospitals, and if there are hospitals there, hospitals exist because people are sick. And do we force people to be sick because we have hospitals? No. So now we have injection sites, safe injection sites, because there are people who are addicted and who need help, not because we want to increase the number of people who are addicted or the number of injection sites. That's absurd. That's an illogical way of looking at things. I'd also like to ask the member for Ottawa, Senator, should the government not go to the source? We know that there are billions of dollars of drugs that transit from Canada to the United States and other countries. So should the Conservatives not be fighting the problem at the source instead of attacking those who are addicted?
Center.
Merci for my colleague.
I would like to thank my colleague for that question, because this, the point of view of our party is completely different from the point of view of the government. The approach that the NDP is suggesting is prevention and investment on the ground, with health centers in the community, such as in our community here in Ottawa, with the Centertown Health Center or the Sandy Hill Health Center or the Health Center in Carleton. The entire network of community health care is somewhere where we need to invest in prevention, health care, and to help us fight this issue. So that's the difference between us and the government. And the government wants to invest after the fact. That's a bad idea. And that's the difference between us and this government.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and really appreciated my honourable colleague's speech. I think behind many of his words was compassion, and that's something I think that this debate needs more of. And when I spoke on this particular bill, I highlighted many of the points that he did. I think something that the other side of the House needs to recognize is that these substances are not natural. They're highly addictive substances. They break the will of most human beings when they're taken several times. And that's what creates addiction, and it creates a disease. And that disease, there's a lot of research that shows that a lot of these people come from difficult backgrounds, that they've turned to drugs because of various situations. So the answer is more compassion and not less. And I think that this is also a fundamental health issue. Does it make sense to take somebody who's already addicted and put them in an environment where they can catch even more deadly diseases, communicable diseases that can essentially kill them? I don't think so. So it'd be interesting to hear from my honourable colleague what he thinks the solution is to that.
Member for Ottawa Centre, you have about 55 seconds.
And I just want to thank my colleague, and I want to just put on the record a couple of stats locally here in Ottawa regarding this issue. The most recent research for Ottawa finds that 73% of people who inject drugs test positive for hepatitis C antibody, and 13% test positive for HIV. These infection rates, Mr. Speaker, are attributed to, in part, to the sharing of drug injection equipment. So the research finds that 1 in 5 people who inject drugs in Ottawa have injected with needles that were previously used by someone else, and that the rate of needle sharing is more than double this rate among street-involved youth in Ottawa. In other words, this is clear facts and evidence of why the status quo is not working, and it's not only obviously for the individual's health, but to our community health. It's a community health issue, and it deserves a better response from this government. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Canadians, we all have a great deal to be proud of. We live in a country where protection of public health and the maintenance of public safety are at the top of our government's priorities. Much of what we do and the decisions that we make here in the Chamber serve to ensure that all Canadians continue to enjoy a country with sound public safety and public health policies. Whether it is supporting our strong response to the public health threat of African Ebola outbreak, or taking action to protect all of us from the very real public safety threat represented by the recent terrorist activities, I think Canadians are reassured that our government takes these public health and safety concerns very seriously. Mr. Speaker, we are also aware of the very real public safety risks that dangerous drugs like heroin represent for our communities. That is why I am pleased to rise today to speak in support of the Respect for Communities Act, a bill that contributes to our efforts to protect public safety and health by ensuring that all perspectives are heard when it comes to the proposals for sites that will use dangerous drugs in our neighbourhoods. The Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, or for short the CDSA, is Canada's federal drug control statute. Its purpose is to protect public health and maintain public safety. Under the CDSA, activities with controlled substances are prohibited unless these are specifically allowed under the Act, its regulations, or are authorized under a Section 56 exemption. Section 56 of the CDSA allows the Minister of Health to grant exemptions from the provisions of the CDSA to provide access to controlled substances for unanticipated purposes. For example, in the past, a Section 56 was issued to enable individuals to provide humanitarian aid. Using this section of the bill for international humanitarian efforts is quite a different thing than the plans put forward for supervised injection sites. I think we can all agree that improved consultations would be a positive step when the CDSA is being used to control an area which isn't really intended to address in the first place. The bill before us today, Bill C2, proposes to add a new section to the CDSA to specifically address supervised consumption sites. The new section would outline the specific area which would have to be addressed by an applicant seeking exemption from the CDSA for activities involving illicit substances at a supervised consumption site. There has been a lot of debate thus far, and we have heard a lot of criticism about these criteria. However, there are simply an expansion of the ruling of the Supreme Court of Canada in its 2011 decision regarding Insight, the supervised injection site in Vancouver. In its decision, the court said that the minister should take into consideration evidence, if any, of 5 factors when assessing future Section 56 exemption applications for the operation of a supervised consumption site. These 5 factors are: number 1, the impact of such a site on crime rates; number 2, local conditions indicating a need for such a site; number 3, the regulatory structure in place to support the site; number 4, resources available to support its maintenance; and number 5, expressions of community support or opposition to the site. In its decision, the court also emphasized the need to balance public health and safety with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Bill C-2 proposes to outline information to be provided in an exemption application to satisfy the Supreme Court of Canada's requirement to consider these factors. If you split the criteria up under public health and public safety headings, you would see that the proposed criteria are almost equally divided under each. Mr. Speaker, I would like to use the rest of my time to outline some of the public safety criteria in the bill, as well as explain how these criteria will assist the minister in taking into account the factors outlined by the court when assessing Section 56 exemption applications for supervised consumption sites. One criterion suggests that the applicant provide a letter from the head of the police force that is responsible for providing policing services to the municipality in which the site would be located that outlines his or her opinion on the proposed activities at the site, including any concerns with respect to public safety or security. This criterion expands upon the Supreme Court of Canada's factor that outlines the need for, in quotes, evidence of community support or opposition, unquote. It just makes sense to consult with the head of local police in the area where the site is proposed, to hear from the official who will be charged with securing the safety and the perimeters around the site and keeping the surrounding community and the people at the site safe. This criterion is a small extension of the communication that would no doubt exist between the site applicant and the local law enforcement agency. The head of police may also be able to provide valuable insight into the exemption application itself, including measures an applicant may wish to consider to address any potential security and public safety concerns. Dialogue with the head of the local police might also help the applicant obtain information to address other criteria, for example, a description of the potential impacts of the proposed activities at the site on public safety, including information, if any, on crime and public nuisance, information on drug consumption in the area, and law enforcement statistics on these facts if they exist. Referring to what the Supreme Court of Canada said, quote, the Minister of Health needs to consider the local conditions that indicate a need for a supervised consumption site in the area, if any exist, unquote. Given the serious risks to the public health, public safety, and communities associated with the use and production of illicit substances, exemptions to undertake activities with them should be granted only after rigorous criteria have been met. This criterion is a part of the information used to assess these applications on a case-by-case basis, taking into account the unique circumstances surrounding any proposed site. To further expand on that fact, these substances are unsafe and can be the subject of criminal activity. It is in the Minister's interest to know how the applicant plans to address the security of the substances at the site, as well as the safety of the staff, users of the site, and people in the vicinity. Therefore, the bill would require an applicant to provide a description of the measures that will be taken to minimize the diversion of controlled substances and precursors and the risks to the health and safety and security of persons at the site or in the vicinity of the site, including staff members. Again, given the serious harms of illicit substances, as we know, and the criminality that is often associated with them, it is reasonable for the minister to be aware of these measures that are in place to protect those who work the facility and those who use it. The Supreme Court of Canada asked the Minister to consider the regulatory structure in place to support the facility, if any. How an applicant plans to minimize diversion and keep the staff and clients safe is a logical piece of information that the Minister needs in order to address this Supreme Court factor before granting an exemption. To summarize, Mr. Speaker, the criteria included in Bill C-2 balance public health and safety and public safety are consistent with the factors identified by the Supreme Court of Canada. I urge all members of the House to vote in favour of these legislative changes, as the proposed approach will strengthen our laws and enable government to continue to protect the health and safety of all our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. We only have time for a short question, short answer. L'honorable député de Vaudreuil.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
To share with the member the information found in 2013 that people in Prince George have the highest rate of HIV/AIDS from injected drug use in Canada. And my question to the member is: has he consulted with the AIDS HIV reduction partners, community service partners, and needle exchange people in his riding on this bill?
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River. You have about a minute.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. I think people of Prince George are concerned about, and I think what this bill is meant to address is any facility that's going to be possibly proposed as a safe injection site solicits public feedback and also police force feedback in its site application. And I think that's what this bill is meant to address, the concerns of the whole community, not just one small part of that community. And again, that's what this bill is meant to address. Thank you.
Order. À l'ordre.
It being 1:15 p.m. in accordance with the order adopted on February 6, 2015, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put to a vote all matters dealing with this bill under debate.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 2 to 8. Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Heyer, move that Bill C-2 be amended. Somebody call for a point of order? I will commence once again. Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Heyer, move that Bill C-2 be amended by deleting the long title. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Order à l'ordre. Normally at this time, the House would proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division at the report stage of the bill. However, pursuant to Standing Order 45, the recorded division stands deferred until Monday, March 9th, 2015, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. The honourable member from Oxford is rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that you see the clock as 1:30.
Does the honourable member of Oxford have unanimous consent to see the clock? To see the clock at 1:30. Somebody is supposed to say yes? Thank you. So ordered. Orders of the day. La Chambre abordera maintenant l'étude.
The House will now move to private members' business according to the order paper. Private members' business.
At second reading of Bill C-625, removal of imprisonment in relation to Mandatory Surveys Act, standing in the name of Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston, seconded by Mr. Van Kesteren, moves that Bill C-625, an act to amend the Statistics Act, removal of imprisonment, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. Débat. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have the privilege to rise in this House and speak for the first time on Private Member's Bill 625, an act to amend the Statistics Act. Mr. Speaker, this bill will amend the existing law and address two very important issues. First, it will eliminate the threat of jail time for those who refuse to complete the census and all mandatory surveys. Second, it will ensure that historians have the access to census-related records where permission has been granted 92 years after the information is collected. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the importance of collecting quality statistical data. Census data serves as a key resource for government departments, agencies, and when designing their programs and services. It's also important information for businesses and the private sector when planning ahead for future growth and success. However, Canadians should not be threatened with jail time in order to take part in this important civic exercise. Back in 2010, our government committed to removing the penalty for jail time for anyone who refuses to complete the census or any mandatory survey administered by Statistics Canada. With this bill, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that our government is again delivering on its commitments. Mr. Speaker, my bill will remove the jail time provision from under two sections of the Statistics Act, Section 31 and Section 32. First, we will remove jail time for those who personally refuse to complete the census and mandatory surveys by failing to provide Statistics Canada with their own personal information. And secondly, it will remove jail time for anyone who denies access or to any administrative records that Statistics Canada may require. It also will eliminate the threat of jail time for those failing to pay a fine under those two sections. Mr. Speaker, the threat of jail time in these scenarios is simply inappropriate, and it must be removed. Our government, Mr. Speaker, has a strong record of being tough on crime and standing up for victims, and we've taken decisive action in pursuing measures that combat serious crime and ensuring that penalties and sentences reflect the gravity of the crime committed. Our record since 2006 includes establishing Youth Gang Prevention Fund, which provides support for successful community programs that assist youth at risk. We've introduced mandatory prison sentences for serious gun and organized drug crime, implementing mandatory prison sentences for drive-by or reckless shootings. We've toughened bail provisions and penalties for crimes that are committed with guns and are linked to organized crime. We've passed new offenses to target auto theft and trafficking of property obtained by crime, and by cracking down on street racing and drug-impaired driving. We've also announced that we are taking action that a life sentence truly will mean life behind bars for the worst of the worst criminals. We've established the anti-drug strategy to help prevent illicit drug use and support access to treatment for those with drug dependencies. We've included the tougher penalties in the Child Predator Act, which will ensure that those convicted of multiple child sexual offenses serve their sentences consecutively. Strengthen the National Sex Offender Registry and the National DNA Databank to better protect our children and our communities from sexual predators. We've established the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crimes to provide information on victims' rights and the services for victims. We've strengthened sentencing and monitoring of dangerous, high-risk offenders. We've introduced the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights, giving victims of a crime more effective voice in their criminal justice system. But, Mr. Speaker, jail time is a punishment for the most serious and heinous offences. We should reserve jail time for those who truly deserve it. It is meant for real criminals, terrorists, child predators, and murderers, not for Canadians who fail to complete mandatory surveys. When Canadians are asked to provide their personal information and to participate in any survey, they should be able to do so without threat of imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to re-establishing Canada as a country where those who break the law are held accountable for their crimes, where punishments are proportionate to the crime committed, and where we defend the rights of our most vulnerable citizens. The changes in my bill would ensure that Statistics Canada's programs reflect an appropriate balance between the collection of useful information while guaranteeing that the privacy rights of Canadians is upheld. With that said, Mr. Speaker, this brings me to the second purpose of the bill. The second major change to the Act that I'm proposing in C-625 delivers on another government commitment. An amendment will ask Canadians for their consent to release their personal information in statistical records. Once their consent is given, 92 years following the collection, Canadian information will be released to the Library and Archives Canada. It's important, Mr. Speaker, to leave a record of present-day Canada for future generations, researchers, historians, genealogists, and the information from today will be valuable for our children and grandchildren who will contribute to the future growth and prosperity of our great nation. This change mirrors a 2005 decision which was debated and passed into law by this House to release census records after 92 years. My bill before the House today will simply extend this provision so that it applies to all surveys related to the census of population. However, Mr. Speaker, I will reiterate that this does not change the consent provision. It will ensure that Canadians continue to have the right to and are able to decide whether their private information should be made available. With this amendment to the Statistics Act, we're giving Canadians a choice. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that this bill is good old-fashioned common sense legislation. I would encourage my colleagues from all parties to join myself, our government, in showing Canadians the respect and confidence they deserve, and by removing jail times and maintaining records for future generations, our government is fulfilling its commitment to continue to collect reliable statistical data while maintaining the privacy of everyday Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I hope all members will be able to support this piece of legislation.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable Deputy de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. I support the principle behind this bill, but I feel somewhat confused with respect to the bill because there are no examples of anyone being imprisoned because they refuse to fill out a Statistics Canada survey. The real problem here, Mr. Speaker, is that the Conservatives have made cutbacks at Statistics Canada since they've been in power. Statistics Canada gathers information that is of great value. They got rid of the detailed long-form census that provided reliable data to the federal government, the provinces, in order for proper decisions to be made. So I would like to know from my honourable colleague whether he could make any comments about how Statistics Canada could be helped to provide good data. There's also the fact that Munir Sheikh, the chief statistician, stepped down because of the cuts and changes to Statistics Canada and the jeopardizing of the statistical data.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. And she started off by saying she's confused, and hopefully I can help with that just a little bit. This bill, as I said more than once during it, this piece of legislation removes jail time, the opportunity, the chance that anyone could ever go to jail for not filling out a survey for Statistics Canada. She may be right that it is not an oft-enforced piece of the legislation, so then it should not be hard for us to collectively decide, let's remove it. A great compassionate government like the one that Canada currently enjoys, of course, would never use that piece of legislation, but why leave it in place for the opportunity of bad governments that might follow in the far, far distant future. On top of the other statistical data that she asked about from a long-form census and short-form census and the other pieces of information collected by Statistics Canada, we currently have the household survey, a volunteer form that complements the short-form census. And in a riding like Elgin, Middlesex, London, where I come from, and many of the members in this House have ridings exactly like it, that run on volunteerism, that run on people being able to voluntarily help their government by supplying information or by doing other things in their community that are voluntarily driven. And the National Household Survey will continue on that long practice.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the members of his riding take paying taxes, income taxes, as seriously as everybody else in the country. My question is specific to his claim that the government has promised back in 2011 to remove the jail terms that exist in the Statistics Act. And my question is, if the government were really serious, why would they have, in the 46 months or so of this majority government, the hundreds of, thousands of pages contained in many omnibus bills that this government has put forward compared to the one page that Bill C-625 occupies? Why has the government never done this yet? And why has it waited until this Parliament only has a few weeks left and put it into a private member's bill? What kind of way to keep a promise is that?
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London. You have less than a minute.
I thank the member, and I thank him for his kind comments about some of the better legislation our government has been able to bring forward, some of it very large in structure. And I thank him for suggesting we can put anything we want in any of that piece of legislation. I'll be happy to quote him the next time somebody from his party gets up and talks about omnibus bills. Mr. Speaker, I ran in 2011. I ran in 3 elections before that. But this was an issue in the 2011 election with many of the members in my riding. I made a promise that we would get rid of it. As the member knows, we use a lottery system, a system to pick when private members' bills come forward. It's my time. It's my topic. It's what we need to do.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to take part in the debate on Bill C-625, an act to amend the Statistics Act. In fact, what we're calling for is the removal of imprisonment for with regard to the Statistics Act. So I'd like to begin by saying that we are going to support this bill, the NDP, the official opposition, at second reading. What does this bill mean? Well, I think that this title sums up its intent. This bill would officially remove the possibility of imprisoning people who do not fill in an obligatory census, because that is already part of the Statistics Act. And so for people who are watching us at home, if someone has already been imprisoned under statistics, or rather no one has ever been imprisoned under the Statistics Act. So secondly, what I wanted to mention, and I think this is important, is that the bill does not solve the problems with which Statistics Canada has been confronted since the Conservative government abolished the long-form census, and I'm going to come back to that during my speech. We, as the official opposition, are very clear on this, and we have said it many times. Since the government has made cuts to Statistics Canada, the NDP has always spoken out against those budget cuts. We consider that it is not good for any number of reasons. With this bill, the Conservatives are seeking once again to disguise the fact that they're waging an ideological war against Statistics Canada instead of tackling the real problems and to put an end to years of mismanagement of Statistics Canada. For example, by abolishing the long-form census, sincerely, I think that they are wasting their time looking for problems where none exist. Because of the cuts made by the Conservatives, Statistics Canada today is underfunded and is unable to produce quality data that is up to international standards. And I think that with the entire issue of the long-form census, because of that document, we were able to be proud as a country of having very good statistics, very reliable data on different topics that are very important for Canadians and also for community organizations across the country. I believe that the Conservatives should have supported the NDP's strategy. Instead of dismantling StatsCan, they should have reinstated the long-form census, because we agree, obviously, with removing the threat of imprisonment here. But I think reinstating the long-form census would have been an excellent idea and would have been more useful than cutting the budget of StatsCan. To give you a bit of context, Mr. Speaker, the modern census was created in 1971, and it was held about every 5 years until 2006. Then the government said that it was going to eliminate the long-form census to change it for the National Household Survey, which is an abridged version of the mandatory long-form census that we had before. And this is a problem that we have had since, because the NHS is optional, and this is because of the government's bad choices. The replacement of the mandatory long-form census with the optional National Household Survey has caused numerous and serious problems, and these problems are not solved by this bill being put forward by my colleague on the other side of the House. For many Canadian communities, the data of the data is so bad that StatsCan does not publish it sometimes. And further to consultations that I held with different organizations in my region, I had moved a motion that was similar, and I will explain. Since I was elected, I was able to meet with a number of people from the Association for Women's Rights. They are present across Quebec. They are women who seek to have their rights respected and who want equality for men and women. And there are great feminists who have done great things over the past decade, and I thank them for that. And I thank them for their trust, because before I was elected, one of my predecessors, and not in my riding, but in the riding of Laval, had introduced a bill to put in place a National Day for Invisible Work. Now, what is that? It is all the work that is done, for example, by mothers or fathers at home. So it is work that is not remunerated but has a tremendously important social impact in our communities. And all the House had voted in favor of that bill to recognize the National Day of Invisible Work, and that's in April. And so I'm very proud to contribute each year to celebrate that day, because I consider that it is extremely important. I was raised by a courageous woman. My mother, who did invisible work all her life, who stayed at home to raise us, my brother and I, when we were younger. And she also had the courage to re-enter the labor market when she was 50. And so I really want to commend people who do this invisible work to meet the needs of their children or their elder parents. That is very necessary, very important. So what I decided to do with AFEAS is to go a bit further, because in the StatsCan questionnaire, there is nothing on work that is not accounted for. We know that it has a tremendous social impact, this invisible work for the country, but we don't know what the true impact is. So what we wanted to do, well, what I did, in fact, was I tabled a motion to recognize invisible work, so to define it and to ensure that the government would reverse its decision concerning the long-form census and to add a section on the recognition of invisible work. And that way we would have had concrete data that would have helped community organizations that are affected, but also I think it would have helped the government to make more enlightened choices with the type of budget and how to break the budget down consistently and so as to properly represent the communities across the country. So my motion is still on the books. If the Conservatives think it's a good idea, I would urge them to bring it before the House, or perhaps to study it in detail. They can go onto the parliamentary website to check the details of my motion. If the Canadians who are watching us at home today are interested in having more details on invisible work in general, or on the motion that I introduced to recognize this invisible work, then I would encourage them to visit the Parliament of Canada website or to visit my website. But on the parliamentary site, you'll have all the details. You'll see what are the provisions of the bill are, or rather the public will see what the provisions of the bill are and what we want to do with this. We, in the official opposition, think that it is important to reinstate the mandatory long-form census to provide experts and businesses the data they need and that they have been calling for since it was abolished. The Conservatives are simply trying to give us an impression that they are managing StatsCan properly, but the agency says that it has had problems since the Conservatives came to power. And I would like to point this out as well, is that there are many minority communities who are affected, for example, women and members of First Nations who are suffering from the elimination of the mandatory long-form census. So I would just like to mention once again, Mr. Speaker, that I'm going to support my colleague's bill at second reading, but I would just like to say that this bill does not tackle the problem of budget cuts at Statistics Canada. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak today on Bill C-625. Mr. Speaker, this bill amends the Statistics Act to protect, first of all, the privacy of Canadians by requiring their consent for the release, which happens after 92 years, of the information that they provide, in this case in a census-related household survey. It also removes the jail term from two of the Statistics Act's offence provisions and provides that a jail term is not to be imposed in default of payment of a fine imposed under those same provisions. I see no reason not to support these provisions, and I support the bill. But I welcome the opportunity to discuss Statistics Canada again, only a month after debates on my private member's bill, Bill C-626, to restore the quality of data that the long-form census gave us. And I want to say thank you to the Conservative strategists who decided in this election year to create this opportunity to extend the public discussion about Statistics Canada and the value to Canada of the long-form census. I do think it's clear that Canadians are interested in this issue. In fact, there are articles now in the press overseas, and that this issue of information in the long-form census is important to our country. Mr. Speaker, my private member's bill, C-626, on the long-form census also replaced jail term with a fine for those refusing to complete a mandatory survey. Conservative MPs voted against that, and this is what I would like to talk about, what these penalties are all about. In fact, they are what make a survey mandatory instead of voluntary. And I want to explain why a voluntary census cannot replace a mandatory one, and that's why we have to have some sort of penalty, such as these fines, which will remain after this bill is passed if there's enough time in this Parliament. And this is a statement that the Chief Statistician made as he resigned in 2010 when the Conservatives eliminated the long-form census. So it's all about sample bias, Mr. Speaker, and I want to explain what that is. sample bias is about who are the people not counted when one does a survey. So as an example, politicians often refer to the Ottawa bubble. And what happens is a certain kind of people inhabit Parliament Hill in the surrounding area. And if we only talk to each other, we have to realize that's not a representative sample of the country. And I think we understand that here on Parliament Hill. And so if you're back in your own community, if you only read letters to the editor in your newspaper, that's also not a fair sample of the community. There's a bias. That's what scientists mean by sample bias. Politicians instinctively understand this, and I know that Conservative members of Parliament understand this because we know that there's no substitute for knocking on doors and listening to a proper sample of people. And we know that you can't even just knock on doors in the daytime on weekdays, because then you'll still get an unbiased sample of the people that you represent and you want to listen to. So does the threat of sample bias, Mr. Speaker, mean that all surveys have to have penalties for not filling them out? Is that the only way to do surveys? How could anybody do surveys if that were the case? The answer is no. It doesn't have to be like that. The answer is that the mandatory long-form census in Canada allows the other surveys to be voluntary. This cannot be emphasized enough, so I'll say it again. The mandatory long-form census is the one that allows the other surveys that Statistics Canada and a whole bunch of other organizations do, businesses included, to be voluntary. All other surveys can use and do use the mandatory long-form census to correct their sample bias. Another way of thinking about this is the people who fulfill their civic duty to Canada and fill out the mandatory long-form census give up their time so that other surveys can reduce their sample bias without being mandatory. And, Mr. Speaker, this is not a big burden in terms of bother or privacy. One big survey every 5 years sent to 1 in 5 households means that, on average, your country asks you to answer the 50 questions on the long-form census every 25 years. Compare that to all the private information honest citizens report on their income tax every single year. Now, Canadians from across the country have mobilized around this issue because they know that accurate, reliable data from a mandatory long-form census is necessary if you want to use resources wisely in business, but especially when it comes to government. Over 60 organizations endorsed my private member's bill, including the Canadian Association of Business Economics, the Canadian Association of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, and the Canadian Medical Association. So reinstating the census has generated support from Canadians across the country, and thousands of Canadians wrote the government and wrote their members of Parliament asking them to reinstate the long-form census. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to end by talking about the Conservative election promise to remove the jail terms. And the point is, since I'm short of time, the Conservative speakers in this House have said, and I'll quote the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence, our government committed to the removal of jail time penalties for not filling out mandatory surveys. So they talk about our government. Why, in the 46 long months of a Conservative majority government, has the government not slipped this one-page bill into one of the many omnibus bills containing hundreds of pages of legislation? They could have done it. Instead, I don't think they're serious. The Conservatives are putting this elimination of the jail term into a private member's bill in Parliament that only has a few weeks to go. I know that I'm short of time, Mr. Speaker, so I'll just conclude by saying I call on the government to restore the place of fact and evidence in Canadian governments and their policies, in civil society and in the economy, to make sure that Canadians identify challenges and opportunities by measuring them and measuring the success or failure of our efforts and enterprise. We need that for Canada to thrive, prosper, and lead the world in the 21st century. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
The honourable member for Rivière-de-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to debate Bill C-625, an act to amend the Statistics Act, which, in fact, it's a private member's bill introduced by a Conservative. What the bill does, essentially, is that it removes the possibility of imposing jail terms on people who do not respond to a mandatory survey. So although I do support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and personally I think that no Canadian should have to should be imprisoned because they did not fill out a poll or some kind of census form, it still leaves me somewhat confused. And I am confused is because there was no one in the history of Canada who has ever been imprisoned under the Statistics Act. So it's actually a problem that really doesn't exist. And so it doesn't affect the everyday lives of Canadians. So I'm somewhat confused as to why this member wants to examine this issue instead of looking at examining the troubling question of the government's underinvestment and underfunding of Statistics Canada, and instead of looking at why they eliminated the mandatory long-form census to replace it with a voluntary national household survey that does not provide reliable data. So I would call upon my colleague instead I would call upon him to look at these crucial questions that are so essential for the future of this country and for decision-making based on hard evidence. It must be said, Mr. Speaker, that the decision of the Conservative government to put an end to the mandatory long-form census is something that is very present in all the attacks that they have carried out against evidence-based decision-making and against science. Many NDP members in this House have mentioned that, and numerous experts have mentioned, that this decision was reckless and ill-advised because of the importance of quality and reliable data in the decision-making of governments. And here, Mr. Speaker, I'm not just talking about the federal government, but also provincial and municipal governments. When the former Minister of Industry announced that the long-form census was going to be replaced by the National Household Survey, stakeholders from across the country questioned the merits of this decision. They were concerned by the fact that this decision could undermine the ability of StatsCan to have access to data that impact on the decision-making of the government. So as you know, Mr. Speaker, the NDP fought tooth and nail in order to prevent the Conservative government from eliminating the mandatory long-form census. Unlike the Conservatives, the New Democrats value the mandatory long-form census as an essential tool for the development of clear and concise statistics, and that are important for decision-making in areas such as healthcare, housing, and public transit. Parliamentarians and politicians use this data in order to make appropriate decisions on government principles. So we heard from a number of experts from the sectors of economy, statistics, urban planning, and healthcare, and all of these experts were very clear and unequivocal on the fact that the National Household Survey would collect data that would not be usable. What the Conservative government did is that it undermined the ability of current and future governments to offer essential services to Canadians. And this unreliable and inadequate data will also have an impact on decision-making by businesses and by municipal, provincial, and federal governments. Allow me to digress a little bit, Mr. Speaker, on the fact that in 2013, the Quebec government published a strategy on research and innovation. And this document severely criticized the Conservative government's actions with regard to Statistics Canada. The Quebec government at the time presented an argument on the importance of having a long-form census that is used in the province of Quebec in order to deliver healthcare services, for example, and to make proper decisions on the education system and so forth. So this document was published by the Quebec government, and it talked about the policies behind the elimination of the mandatory long-form census. And this document mentioned that the decision to eliminate the mandatory long-form census suggests that a state can function without reliable data and evidence on its own population. The Quebec government also mentioned that this decision takes for granted that the personal orientations or personal desires of the elected officials can replace subjective data on, or rather objective data on the ground. And as the experts mentioned, the NHS is an inadequate replacement for the long-form census. It is clear that it is not an adequate replacement, but the Conservatives, once again, to hear reason, and the government continues to govern with a narrow-minded ideology. Once again, this was another attack on science in Canada. The data, for example, concerning immigration, birthplaces, citizenship, ethnic origin, and visible minorities in Canada, data concerning language, are riddled with problems and errors because of the very low response rates. So this is an enormous problem with the current system that the Conservative government has put in place. Allow me to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that in 2010, the former chief statistician of Canada, Munir Sheikh, was unable to tolerate the attacks of the Conservatives on the independence of StatsCan and resigned in order to denounce the Conservatives' irresponsible approach. He tried to convince the Conservative government to base itself on facts and evidence instead of following its ideology. And Mr. Sheikh also mentioned that the data of Statistics Canada is important and has aided all governments to avoid financial crises and to put in place proper policies to respond to such financial crises. So this is a tremendous irony because this Conservative government claims that it is a good manager of the economy, but it actually attacks the data that allows it to make reliable decisions concerning the management of Canada's economy. So, Mr. Speaker, you will observe, as I have, that there's a complete lack of consistency and coherence on the part of this Conservative government. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that I have very little time left. You have indicated that to me. So I would simply like to repeat that a new Democratic government will reinstate the mandatory long-form census. It will reinvest in Statistics Canada to allow us to make reliable and sound decisions so that we can deliver proper services to Canada, to Canadians across the country. It is crucial that we have a system that works, and it is crucial that we support science and support solid data in Canada. So we are going to choose science, data, and evidence instead of following ideological orientations.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to speak on Bill C-625 and on the commitments our government made to amend the Statistics Act. Our government committed to removing the penalty of jail time for anyone who refuses to complete the census or any mandatory Statistics Canada survey. We also committed to allow for the release of historical household survey records related to the census of population. Currently, the Statistics Act provides only for the release of the census of population records. This amendment will allow Statistics Canada to transfer census-related records, including those for all voluntary surveys, to Library and Archives Canada for genealogical and historical research. A bill on the release of census records after 92 years was debated and passed into law by this House in 2005. That bill ensured that individuals had the choice of deciding if they wanted their census information made publicly available 92 years later. Prior to 2005, many members of Parliament received letters, calls, and petitions of support from Canadians who felt strongly that historical records are a fundamental part of Canada's heritage and should be made available to everyone. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure we would all agree that the reasons genealogists, historians, and researchers want access to historical information are legitimate and important. It is also important to leave a record of present-day Canada for future generations, as it is to have historical records from 1911. This amendment makes it possible for all of us to have a place in history and contribute to the future growth and prosperity of our great nation. While there is undeniable value attached to historical census records, an important principle of privacy does come into play. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a few minutes to quickly outline the steps that led to the introduction of the Census Bill back in 2005. During the late 1990s, a number of genealogical associations, researchers, and other interested individuals held a campaign to express dissatisfaction with the inability to access historical records for censuses after 1901. The census records up to and including 1901 were not taken with a guarantee of confidentiality, and records were therefore made available to the public 92 years after the event. Census information after 1901 was collected with a promise of confidentiality. As a result, Mr. Speaker, these census records were never made available to the public. It was therefore recognized that clarifications to the Statistics Act were required. The Statistics Act contains confidentiality provisions that prevent all census and survey information collected by Statistics, that protect all census and survey information collected by Statistics Canada. The 2005 amendments made it possible to release records from the census of population 92 years after the census has taken place. The bill before the House today would extend this provision to surveys related to the census of population. Therefore, it would ensure the release provisions also apply to the 2011 National Household Survey and any other future surveys related to the census of population. As with the census, Canadians responding to the National Household Survey are asked to consent to the release of their personal information after 92 years. If consent is given, 92 years following collection, their information will be released to Library and Archives Canada. This amendment allows Canadians to decide if others can have access to their personal information. Canadians should have the right to decide for themselves if they want their personal records to be made publicly available in the future. If they answer no, their information will never be publicly accessible. With this point in mind, I'd like to assure my colleagues that the addition of a consent question will not impact the timeliness of the statistical data from the National Household Survey. Information that does not identify individuals will be disseminated by Statistics Canada in a timely fashion, as was the case for the 2011 National Household Survey. In closing, honourable colleagues, I would ask for your support for Bill C-625. This government firmly believes that no Canadian should ever face the threat of jail time for failing to respond to a survey. This bill seeks to remove jail time penalties for Canadians who fail to respond to mandatory surveys or who do not release administrative data. The amendments proposed in this bill would remove this threat and ensure that Canadians can respond to surveys in complete confidence. The bill also seeks to make administrative records accessible, providing Canadians give their consent. I urge you all to support Bill C-625 to ensure important records from today can be made available to all Canadians in the future and to ensure that we remove the unnecessary threat of jail time penalties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives in the past few years have unfortunately been the victim of the most human of emotions, that of fear. And while I understand the inclination of embracing this most human of emotions, I do not find it logical. Statistics and their collection are indeed logical. In these times, we must embrace the interaction of science and the imagination, and Statistics Canada gives Canadians the tools, the data, which are rooted in science, in order for the thinkers of tomorrow to become tomorrow's innovators. We need to give them these tools, and it is unfortunate that so many cuts have been made to this agency in the past years. And while we will support this particular bill, C-625, at second reading, we are very concerned that the cuts at Statistics Canada have affected the efficiency of the data that is provided. This bill before us in the House today does nothing to address any of the serious issues facing Statistics Canada. What it does do, it will formally remove the possibility of imprisonment for failure to complete a mandatory survey. However, when you look at the historical record of this, no person has ever been imprisoned under the Statistics Act. And so I return to where I began my discourse, in the fact that this bill is yet again playing on the emotion of fear. It's saying to Canadians that they could be imprisoned when, in fact, they never have been. I think it's just yet another example of electoral-style legislative making, that trying to market fear through legislation, a type of window dressing to gloss over the war that Conservatives have been waging against science in general and against Statistics Canada in particular, including the disastrous decision to remove the long-form census. Now they are wasting time creating problems where none exist. There are no problems that exist here. And so, although it may permit Conservatives to speak to a fear that Canadians have, which I see in many other bills that they've presented before this House, they have presented bills in order to inculcate fear in Canadians. And I've said it's a human emotion. It's a powerful human emotion. It often works on electorate to promote fear in the hearts of Canadians. However, our vision on this side is quite different. We prefer the human emotions of love, the idea of hope, being optimistic about our future. And we refuse to play on the fears of Canadians. We stand here to protect the rights of Canadians who are perhaps fearful that the government will enact legislation that will decrease their privacy rights. That's certainly true. But this is the idea of imprisoning Canadians for the Statistics Act is kind of laughable because it's never happened. No one has been imprisoned under this act. And instead of scrapping the long-form census, as they did, instead of making cuts to Statistics Canada, the Conservatives should have supported the NDP's plan to fix Statistics Canada, remove the possibility of imprisonment, and restore the long-form census. Because they didn't take this approach, unfortunately, the data that Canadians can get from Statistics Canada is not of the same quality. We've seen that officials from Statistics Canada have said the same thing. We've seen through committee studies and numerous places whenever Statistics Canada appears as a witness, whenever people are using government data, Statistics Canada data to try to make a point, it's always brought up that the data is now insufficient because of the elimination of the long-form census. Now, as I said, no person has ever been imprisoned for an offense under the Statistics Act. Some people have been charged under the Statistics Act, but never did actual jail time, and their charges were linked to their protest activities against the Statistics Act. But as I said, no one has ever been put in jail for this. In 2006, Statistics Canada reported that there were 64 cases of non-compliance with the mandatory sentence. They were prosecuted and resolved, but none of them resulted in prison. So when it's told to Canadians that the long-form census was there and the risk of imprisonment, if you don't fill out the long-form census, you'll be put in prison and this is wrong, it never actually happened. No one was ever actually put in prison for non-compliance with the long-form census. The NDP believes that the long-form census has to be restored to provide social scientists, governments, and businesses the data that they need. The Conservatives here are merely window dressing to look like they're effective at managing Statistics Canada, but we've seen problem after problem at the agency under this government. We have many people who agree with our position on this, that think that we should restore the independence to Statistics Canada. We should give it the tools that Canadians need to be the innovators of tomorrow, to meet their imagination with science and come up with the innovations of tomorrow. Some of these validators, we have Professor C.E.S. Franks, who says, from Queen's University, who says the issue of voluntary survey rather than a mandatory census is far more than the technical statistical issue it was described as by Mr. Sheikh. The voluntary survey will fundamentally weaken, it will weaken the data on which many of Canada's government and business policies are based. And he said this in 2010. The Fédération des communautés francophones.
The Federation of Francophone.
The federal court, they applied to the federal court for an injunction against the Conservative government on the grounds that the voluntary NHS violated the Official Languages Act by providing less accurate information about French-speaking communities. The injunction was not granted by the court. Now, this is a serious problem, Speaker. The fact that we don't have the proper statistics on our official, minority language communities is a serious problem, because it really makes enforcement of the Official Languages Act more difficult. And we've seen over the past years the attitude that the government has towards the official languages. For instance, Speaker, just yesterday, the Minister of Heritage and Official Languages was at committee. She interchangeably used the word official languages and national languages interchangeably as if they were the same thing. And I pointed out to her, Speaker, that actually the difference between an official language and a national language is that a national language doesn't have any protection under the Official Languages Act. And so a national language, its legal status is not as strong as that, as an official language. So to use those two terms interchangeably is troubling indeed, Speaker, because we do have the Official Languages Act in this country, and minority linguistic communities depend on this act to fight for their rights, but we need the statistics to show where minority Francophone speakers are and where minority Anglophone speakers in Quebec are. so that we can provide the services, the proper services, so that we can design the programs that these communities need, and so that we can evolve the programs that are delivered and the services and financing of those services according to need. For that, we need statistics. The mandatory long-form census was doing a good job of that. It's true that there was on the law books the threat of imprisonment. No one, however, has been imprisoned.
The member has exceeded his time by almost a minute. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Seeing none, the member for Elgin Middlesex Kent will have 5 minutes of response. Unfortunately, we only have 2 minutes left in today's debate.
I'll keep it as brief as I can, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the constituents of Elgin, Middlesex, London for helping me come up with this idea for a private member's bill, for the member from Chatham, Kent, Essex for seconding it today, for all the members in the House, representative of all parties who suggested they're in favor of it. Some reading a lot more into it than there really is there. I would like to thank them all, and I think it will be good that the people of Canada can no longer go to jail for not filling out forms on the census. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's go. Is the House ready for the question? Yes, sir. The question is as follows. Mr. Preston, seconded by Mr. Van Kesteren, move that Bill C-625, an act to amend the Statistics Act, removal of imprisonment, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 11th, 2015, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Kamel 14.
As it is 2:15, the House will adjourn until Monday, March 9th, 2015 at 11 in the morning, pursuant to Standing Order 28-2 and 24-1.